Good evening, Facebook. What's up? Good evening, YouTube. What is up to you? Let's get this show on the road. Good evening, Facebook. What is up? Let's get this show on the road. Folks are out there voting, have voted. We're not far off now. What's going on? Good evening, everybody. We're not. Hey, Lee. What's up, brother? Hey, Kimberly. Hello, shotgun message. What's up? Bro Fist. What's up? USA Patriot. Hey. Hey, Joe. What's up? Hey, Jody. How's it going? Cindy. Leela. All right, guys. So this is, just a voter lineup in Florida. Let's see here. Let me get some stuff shared out. What do you guys think? How's everybody feeling out there? How's everybody feeling about it? What's your gut saying? Podcast interview is not specified. Hello, all. Dude, what's up, Michael? Mrs. Red Badger, what's up? Very good to see you. Hey. Mrs. Red Badger feels good. Shotgun message, anxious. Who's winning right now? Do we have counts? There shouldn't be riots because we won't know if Trump won tonight. Yeah, exactly. Peter, hey, what's up, brother? Jody says anxiety, nervous. I think it will be a red wave. Yeah, Anastasia, hey, what's up? What is up? Mike, what's up, man? Well, we won't know. We won't know for sure. I'm pretty confident I have a good idea on who I think is going to win, but who knows what we can trust. I think the polls were all wrong. I think we all think the polls were wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Hey. Chantel, what's up? Democrat mom, what's up? Pam Darby says America all the way, 100%. Lots of fraud reports. What's up? Hey, what's up? Apprehensive, nervous, anxious, confident. Megan, this is in Florida. Democrat mom says she thinks tonight will be crazy. Karen says, I am praying. Polls were way off. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I wish I could sit here and pontificate, but, pro 2A, pro America, at least mentions God. I don't know. There's a silent majority out there that keeps its head down, doesn't say much, and works all the time. Hold the line. National Guard deployed in 16 states. Dude, what? National Guard deployed in 16 states. Let's get some numbers going here. I have awakened from the ashes. Never polled. Yep. Let's get some stuff pulled up. I see. Jesus, take the wheel. Yes, indeed. Wuhan Wiggle canceled. Yes, indeed. John, what's up, man? know two people who have lost friendships over political views. Can't people agree to disagree? Unfortunately, not these days, because there's these subtle ties to evil on both sides. So it's like if you're on the left, there are these subtle ties to this like I guess satanic agenda, or evil agenda, and then the left also thinks that the right is tied to racism and that's evil, and there's evil, and like it's all white, so they're kind of convinced that the other is evil, and that's I guess why it's people don't want to agree to disagree. They're like, nope, we've had enough. The left has heard enough from the right. They no longer, it's just full absolute separation, because I've even seen it families who aren't talking to each other because of political beliefs, and that's really a shame. And that's what I was kind of preaching about for the last 3 freaking months, was all the division and the divide and conquer and the divisive narratives on both sides, really. I mean, just bad mouthing each other on the news all day, and well, now we have at least a civil disagreement, citizens. Jackson, what's up, man? Are we live? Yes, Bobby Mus. Polls are a form of propaganda. Boom. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. So what's the stuff with how come Joe's cognitive dissonance can't be really discussed? Where he, can't really finish a sentence, and I don't know. Tucker Carl. I saw a thing with Tucker Carlson where he was going over how he kind of skips over some of what he's saying, and he just jumbles up words together. I guess maybe it's just old age, or he's cold. I don't know. Do you want bacon beer? Holy crap, is that a thing? I think I remember talking about that with you before. Bacon beer. Desert Viper in the house. Hope all is well. Desert Viper, Brofist, brother. What's up, man? Good to see you. Amanda, what's up? We got a voter lineup in Florida. Just keeping an eye on stuff. I really doubt we'll see any kind of social unrest or anything like that tonight. I'm really kind of feeling anxious. I do feel anxious. I don't know why, especially when we were out and about today earlier, when we were running all of our errands and doing what we needed to do. Man, just a kind of a sketchy feeling in the air. I don't know. I don't know. Am I the only one feeling that? Just kind of a sketchiness. Believe Jesus is Lord. What's up, brother? What's up, my man? David says I disagreed. That's going to be a lot of civil unrest. I was watching another live being right now. Antifa's ready to go. Really? I haven't seen any. I haven't seen anything. I wouldn't doubt it. After all the stuff we watched in Portland. And, incidents like a U-Haul, the Breonna Taylor announcement, where they have an entire U-Haul full of rioting gear. Yeah, I believe they've they're organized and they've planned, but I just don't know, Portland for sure. As always, we'll be out tonight. Yeah, I think it's going to be in Portland. There are tons of protests in D.C. right now. Really. We'll start looking for links. Anastasia, you rock. Thank you so much for all your help. LOL. What's up, Ernie? What is up? Jake says, if Trump legit wins, I'll accept it. But will it be legit? Question mark. And that's just a thing. Who's the majority? Who's the authority that announces that? Because if the news starts announcing that Biden won, or if one news agency starts announcing, I'm just worried about confusion and people not accepting each other. So, and that's really the main issue here is, will anyone accept who says, oh yeah, accepting is going to be the big problem. Because I think we know that the left will contest if Donald Trump wins. And I definitely don't think the right will. I know a lot of people on the right. I see a lot of memes where people are like, you know what I'm going to do if the person I'm voting for doesn't win? I'm going to keep loving people, and I'm going to keep on loving people, And I don't know if a lot of people on the right will accept Biden, but hey, I don't think there will be any uprisings or anything like that. They're usually very law-abiding, so. Mrs. Pac-Man, what's up? Voted today? Yes, indeed. So who in here had to go out and vote today? Was proud to vote for Trump this morning. Hey, man, Golf and Guns, what's up, brother? Who to believe? Yeah. Boom. Bernie went out and voted. Stay the course, buddy. Trump is going to win. Keep that doubt out of your mouth. LOL. Hey, Camo Campa 50, what's up, dude? Thank you so much for that super chat. He said, keep up the awesome work, bro. Man, I appreciate that super chat, brother. Thank you so much for being here. Dropped my ballot off last night in a Dropbox. Trump 2020. Yes, indeed. Hey, Miss Pac-Man. Fist. Behind Enemy Lines is live in Portland. Hey, I'll check that out right now. I voted today, no problem. Here in my area. Well, very good. Awesome. Let's see. I see where somebody was live in Washington not long ago. Give me just a second. Alan, what's up, man? Let's see. Scotty, what's up, man? How have you been, man? Let's see. Oh, snap. Let's see here. Hey, Matt, what's up, brother? Cheers to you. Cheers to you. Very good to see you, brother. Dramatic Aquatics. What's up? We are live. What is up, my man? Thank you for the reminder, Anastasia. LOL. Just bear with me, everyone. Looking for some more live streams. John, what's up? White Zorro, what's up? Yeah, Michael, I agree. May the best man win. Everyone needs to vote. That's right. LOL. Brandon, that's so perfect. Is this live? Yeah. Antifa are paid puppets. Seems like a lot of players are paid puppets, man. You know? Thank you so much for that, Tammy. Seriously, thank you. Sorry about that, folks. All right. Not much going on. All right, and this is Washington, D.C. up here in the top right. Rock Bear Angel, what's up, man?
It's looking crazy at this point, man.
Yes, indeed.
Which one?
Rock Bear Angel, what's up, man?
It's looking crazy at this point, man.
Yes, indeed.
Y'all ain't want us on the 16th. Now y'all gonna march with us? We don't need an escort.
Right.
So we just gonna
It's
march
long.
around, you know, that shit. So listen, y'all just keep partying, man. You know, let's set a good example out here, man. Show people how to act. You know what I mean?
All right.
So if they want to march with us,
Nick, I'm sorry about that.
Too, man. They know about the big Mochella though. But we ain't had this much escort coming down here.
Yay!
Is this why y'all been riding on them bikes
What's up?
downtown? Is y'all practicing with us? The people want to get close, man.
A Finner T69 on Parlor. Thank you so much for the new follow.
Shake that zuko. Come on, son.
Let's see. Red Wave coming tonight. Karma, what's up? Anastasia, thank you so much. Guys, this is live in Washington, D.C. All right, what's up, everybody? David, thank you so much for welcoming me back to Facebook. Come on, water's not red. LOL. I still have that old Apple mouse, dude. Nick, I still have that old Apple mouse. It is still available for destruction. Come on, quit buffering. Bear with me, everybody. I gotta do some stuff. Look for some more info. Man, it feels good to be back in the saddle, though. I don't know how well you guys can hear me. Holy crap. Matt, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that Venmo. Thank you, Matt. Dude, bro fist, and shout out to the vets. Holy crap. Enforcement, deputies, Metropolitan Police Department, Back the Blue, Rock Bear, holy crap. Thank you so much for that super chat. My computer's glitching. I'm sorry. Glad you guys are back. Trump 2020, God bless the tank. Thank you so much, my man. Bro fist to you. Rock Bear, bro fist, thank you so much for that super chat. If you want going to be, go to protecttheresults.com. Thank you. Protect the results. All right, guys. So, yeah, it's going down. Todd, what's up, my man? Bro fist. This is in Washington, D.C.
And banana. Bro fist. Sorry I'm behind, everybody. So sorry for missing those super chats, guys.
Matt, bro fist again. Thank you so much. Holy crap, man. Intel, thank you so much, man. Let's see. Wow. Holy crap. J-Tree said, red wave. Please stay safe, everyone. Amen. Heard that. is this footage? This footage is in Washington, D.C. Navy Gal, what is up? Good to see you. Kelly S., what's up? Good to see you as well. Wow, all of the craziness happening right now in Washington, D.C. Army 11 Bravo, thank you for your service, Michael. Brofist to you, my man. Just tuned in, what's happening? Tammy, right now we are on the ground looking into Washington, D.C. I'm not sure what this is exactly, but it appears to be some sort of event or protest. Alexander Spear, thank you so much for that super chat. Trump 2020 from Florida, thank you so much. Brofist to you, Alexander. Thank you, man. I hope I said that last name right. Spear. Nice. Where is this? This is Washington, D.C. For those who don't know, we are rocking and rolling, guys. It's feeling rather heated, I'll say that. Is it freezing up on y'all? It did for a second. JCS, what's up, man? Long time no see. What is up?
No justice. No justice. No justice. I just had to make sure we was all.
We need law and order. I know that's right, Paul.
Let's take it back, y'all. You ready to go?
Praying for a Trump win. Harley Joe, thank you so much for following over on Instagram. Brofist. Swingolly, what's up? Been hanging in the Discord a lot, posting lots of stories. Well, I really appreciate that, dude. I'm glad you're still around. Brofist. Sorry, man. What's happening, MAGA 2020, baby? What's up, Lola? We are watching some demonstration in Washington, D.C. Waiting for the results. Let me see real quick. Bear with me, I gotta work on something really quick. I am very sorry about the choppy audio, guys. I am working on it right now. It could also be the person streaming because it's coming through blurry and kind of choppy. But I very well may be as well. I pray we know tonight as well, sports fans. What's up? Okay. Got some live results. I think that's not completely accurate. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know, guys. Where are you at on it? I doubt those are accurate. All right, let's see what we can do about this choppiness. No, I don't believe those are accurate, guys.
They are telling people to vote Biden at the locations and not allowing poll watchers in at all.
That's live in Pennsylvania right now. Oh, man. Wow. I don't know. Where are we at? Same numbers hours ago. So glad to see you guys. Haven't seen you on Facebook for a while. Tanya, yeah, I know. We pretty much were just like, you know, Facebook, they don't like us. Of course, Cali wins. Biden, yeah. Rigged election. Oh boy. Them boarding up businesses says a lot to me. 6 world we live in. Yeah. Even if Trump wins, he's still gonna start chaos. Really. Mike says he's in PA. They are saying poll booths are broken in places like Texas. What? Arizona and New York, and tell people to fill out Scrantons and we'll count them later. Really? Weird. Adrian, hey, what's up? They're saying they're broken in Nevada also. Really? So according to Robert Trump, before he passed, a special someone junior should make a return within the next 3 or 4 days. Of course, we never know. Let's see if he was true. Oh my gosh. Took my dad an hour to vote. Took me less than 5 minutes. So, who thinks that Biden is going to make a surprise win? Democrat mom says Biden may make a surprise win. Who thinks? Type 1 if you think that he might come out of nowhere and take this thing. I don't know. It tells, so some people say that tells them that they know that there's some cheating going on. I don't know. I feel like it's not my place to speculate.
Man, what? My city out here. My city out here. Yes, indeed. My city out here. Yes, sir.
Stay right there. We're going to see what y'all know. Some
Come
original
on, man.
shit. Some CCB original shit.
Hey, Stink. Hey, Stink.
Ladies, y'all look real good on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, man? Hey, with that butterfly, we make them girls go crazy.
Wow. So you can kind of mess with it as well. And you can always press reset right here. I'm going to drop the link to this website. It's called 270 to Win. I'm going to drop the link right now. This is the website I'm on. You guys can go check that out and play with it. Let me know what you guys think.
They don't know that old school playground on that butterfly. Y'all don't know how to work that out. Y'all too scared. Come on, ladies. We ain't too old or too young out here. Let me see that. With that butterfly, we got them girls going crazy.
All right, well, this is on the streets in DC right now. Let me look for some more live streams. See what else I can find out here. If anybody needs that link, let me know. All right, let's see. Where's that link? I got you. It might not have dropped.
Well, ladies, so much you dance with the hip.
Yeah, music is cringe right now, but you know. All right, so the map is all projections. All right, so that's not an accurate like announcement or anything. Homer, what's up, man? All right, so they're stepping away from that music. Walking around Washington, D.C. now, there seem to be porta potties, police cars, a lot of people out and about, you know. What are these tents? Those might be for voting. I'm not really sure. We've got these tents out here. Candace Owens 2028. Crazy here in Canada, we are in lockdown. Yeah, and the UK is like in hardcore lockdown, and they will be. Really weird. Throwing away ballots. That's why mine said non-partisan. Yes, Democrat mom, this is DC. What's this large screen? What is that? I'm not sure what that was. I voted for the... Oh, man, Peter, that's hilarious. William, I wish I had an answer for you. I'm not really even sure, man. It just kind of happens. No way, doesn't text back. That sounds insane. What? Let's see. Groovy Fish, thank you so much for the follow over on Instagram. Groovy Fish. Arlene says Kanye for the win. Alright, so this video is lagging pretty bad, guys. I might be lagging as well. I'm not sure what's going on with the internet companies or, you know, internet signal strengths and stuff like that. You'll just have to bear with us. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, William. I usually for the links that I find, I go to like DuckDuckGo, and I use some keywords of what I'm looking for, and I go with what I find. That's usually how it gets done. And sometimes, you know, I'm not positive if we're actually gonna get results. You know, I'm not positive if we're actually gonna get results tonight. Amen, Jeremiah. Amen, Jeremiah. I know that's right. Winter is coming. Ah, there's the copyrighted music. I was wondering where it was. All right. So they got, or they're dancing. A lot happened, Bernie, with that. I'll have to get back to you on that. Apparently some things happened that I didn't know about. All right, let's see. Let's see. All right, bear with me. Bear with me, folks. All right, sorry, let's see. I'm looking for some people who are live. Might have one in New York.
Yada yada yada, that aren't really undercovers in plain clothes. The officers, of course, out here are going to be busy.
All right, guys, so this is live in New York.
And that was
Arlene wants to see the map.
He turned around and looked and gave him some.
Let me reload it.
So, like I said, we've got the news crews over here.
But we can play with it. So if Trump wins Florida, boom. What about North Carolina?
Salon.
Maybe. I don't know. And so this
Square
isn't
right now.
necessarily
Walking up the 42nd.
accurate or anything. That's 270 to win.
Walking up the 42nd.
Accurate or anything. That's 270 to win.
So CBS financial here. Yeah, they may end up freezing down the whole area. And NASDAQ. And NASDAQ. It's going to be busy and hectic down. They basically have to barricade in case they have to shut access to people, meaning throngs of people.
Hey, Watchman for you.
trying to
What's up,
use a
man?
different
Long time no
word.
see.
Even though I know the word, pronouncing it isn't always easy. The throngs of people.
Exactly,
trying to get
Arlene.
into
That's
Times
exactly
Square,
right.
During the time. Yeah, I know that there
2016
are
election night
stores
was very
such
reminiscent.
as
Okay,
over
the numbers
here
on the
that are
polls
barricaded,
reminded me of the
H&M,
same thing.
barricaded. So it's going to be a really hectic night. Anyone that's going to be out of this place,
Short stack, what's
safe.
up?
Stay safe over the next couple of days. Make sure to go out with a buddy, a friend. Let friend or buddy know that you're going out to a protest just in case anything happens. Just common sense 101,
Imagine
I
if
guess.
California turns red. No joke.
I'll be
No
back
joke.
up. I'm going to go ahead and take this down. Thanks again.
Huge Trump
I'm gonna
rally
be
in
within this
Nigeria.
area, and I know
Yep,
I've got
Nigeria.
There's an event at Union Square.
Quiet Reader, what's up?
I believe 8:30. I'm going to be down there and see what's going on with that, and then go from there. But thanks again, guys.
All right, so he ended his live stream. Let's go back. I would play the audio from this, but it sounded copyrighted. Okay. Needed to get some stuff. All right. All right. Please bear with us. The support for Trump is everywhere. This one is historical. It is a rally for President Donald J. Trump, arranged by a local church in Nigeria. Wow, that's cool. Doom break. Okay. Let's see here. Now, this is live on the ground in DC. Let's see. Fire Shoes guy as Doombreak. Oh man, let's see if I still have that animation. I don't even know if I still have the Tifa dude. Nope, I don't see it. All right, let's get some audio. Maybe their music is done. Nope, music's not done. Dude, that was one heck of a summer. I will say that.
Yeah, now that she's there,
The political unrest was unreal.
yeah, and then if you want to leave, I'm just gonna tell her.
Oh, no problem, Karen. I wonder. I think. Hey, Karma Stanford, man, thank you so much for the follow over on Parlor. Too many it's been a roller coaster. Just like 1770 emotions this summer. It's been a roller coaster. 5 Citizen 762. Hey, man. Polls are starting to close. That's right. Here we go. Hey, I appreciate that, Anastasia. Hey, I appreciate that, Anastasia. All right, guys, this is right out front in D.C., right out front of the White House. They say if one mainstream media, Biden, the winner, Joe will give a speech as president. That's right. I heard that. I did hear that. Ohio polls are open until 7:30. Hey, there we go. Appreciate the update. It's like the whole high school is getting together to vote on the president, but the whole high school is 50 states. I'm a sucker for a good drum line. I can't even help it. They're gonna steal the election, I feel. Hey, what you mean by that, Watchman for you? I feel. Hey, what you mean by that, Watchman for you? Who's gonna steal what? Oh man, Gerald, sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Stanley, thank you for the update. Says Mississippi polls open till 7 as well. Open till 7 p.m. That's a dog-faced pony show, Watchman for you. You know it. I'm just playing, man. Yeah, I don't know. Dog-faced pony show. Yes, indeed. Check out Anastasia's YouTube channel. Go subscribe to her. Open to 7 in Georgia as well. Okay, so we got some time. Corey, what is up, my brother? What is up? Yeah, I don't know. I appreciate that heart over there on Facebook. All right, who wants to do a real quick check? We're gonna check it. I don't know. So let's say that goes red. Let's say that goes red. 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 Oof. I don't know. The polls are this little stupid graph is making it look like it might be really, really tight, but I don't know. It looked like that in 2016, and it's eerily reminiscent. So this is in Washington, D.C., guys, not far from the White House. That's right, Arlene. You nailed that. So I just heard they're asking everyone to stay in the street, and if Trump declares victory, okay, I'm here, but I need to work on homework. No problem, Anastasia. Hello from Ohio. Hey, what's up? That's copyrighted. Yeah, so I don't know, folks. If you don't mind, help me out. Who thinks that Trump will declare victory tonight? Just type a 1. Let me know what you guys think. Just let's see what folks are thinking. I'm going to be looking. I'll call it out. White House has been asking for lethal. They can't hold the White House from a mob with non-lethal. They are saying, holy crap. Hazardous Condition says 1. Delirium says 1. Mark says 1. Blaze says 1. Nan says 1. Larna says 1. Short Stack. Cabin Life. Ray, April, Camo Campa, Brett, Stone, Joe, Christopher says 1, Bernie says 1, but it won't be legit. Really? Corey says 1. Watchman says 3. I don't know. That's a good one. Okay. It just cut real quick, but when it comes back, the song that came on was like, we got the evidence to arrest the president or something like that. Really weird songs are coming out now. I didn't know that rap was ever about presidential candidates. April says 1. Kim says 1. Let's see. What are we voting on? Will Trump declare victory tonight? That's right, Watchman. Absolutely. You nailed it. That's absolutely correct. That is the answer. That is the key. Susie says Joe said he will. Susie says Joe said he will. JCS says 1. Stanley says 1. Gregory says if it is clear, 1. Delirium says commies go home. White House has 250 troops on standby. What?
We lost our DC live stream. What is this? Let's see. Oh boy. But we can see from these polls right here. There you go. Can you see that? If you guys can't see, it's on this little thing here. It's the Lad Bible. I guess it's not so little. 4.9 thousand people are watching right now. Let's see. 2.4K have reacted so far. Oh no, what happened? It went away. Everything went away. Oh well. Screw it. That wasn't going to be very accurate. And the people who watch Lad Bible probably aren't voting for Trump. It's a younger demographic. I could be wrong. Maybe. I hope not. Sorry, guys. Internet is really crazy right now. There's no reason it should be acting up at all. You're absolutely right, Arlene. All right. I think mine is as well, so I very much apologize for any glitching or anything like that. I'm really trying. Are independent and right-wing news sources being jammed? I'm just playing. That's totally conspiracy theory hour. But hey, there are no more conspiracy theories. I can't talk right now. That's fine. Let's see here. With that sad look upon your face. Let's see. Very cool. Sealed by the blood. Hey, what's up? Love that name. Maybe reboot? I don't want to cut the whole feed. That would suck. You're being watched. Wow. That was really ominous. It says you are streaming 720p 60, maybe 30 frames would be better because the internet will be busy all night. Huh. I think you nailed it. I think you nailed it. What the heck? Let me just reboot this. That sounds terrible. So we got Biden supporters on one side of the street, Trump supporters on the other side of the street. Boy, oh boy. $28 degrees. Holy crap. And dropping? No. Oh my goodness gracious. Better get you a fire going. Get the heater on. Goodness gracious. 28. So sorry, everyone. Trying to get some live streams pulled up. I know we got them out here. I just gotta find them. Arlene. Oh. All right, let's see if this works.
Another view into Washington, D.C. I guess that's the town. The talk of the town tonight is going to be Washington. Heard people say it might get a little crazy in Portland as well. You know what, Kevin? I've got those sneaky suspicions as well, but I really hope you're wrong as well, and I really hope those suspicions are wrong. LOL, White Zorro. A fire-breathing Landon. So the walls are back up at the White House, I see. Does anybody else see what this says? Over here? In a minute, if you can see my mouse not far away from the chat, let's just zoom in on that. That doesn't say what I think it says. Please tell me the stream's not glitching right now. Like, is this... What does that say? Can anyone else see this? Or is this like just me? Yeah, so, okay, you can, alright, well, alright. Alright, well. Certainly two parallels at war here. Well, not at war, but that's odd. Why would that be there? Hey, that's right, James. You got it, man. That's absolutely right. Well, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm seeing stuff, Bernie. I hope maybe I'm just seeing it wrong. That's all. Okay. 95B, I see you. Maybe I'm seeing it wrong. That's fine.
Oh, yeah. His phone number, yeah.
That's the tolerant left. Yeah.
But I'll send it to you anyway.
Yeah, I know, Kim. I'm thinking the same thing. I was like, does that say what I think it says? But some other people are saying it's two different signs, but doesn't. Yeah. Right above the chat on screen, it looked kind of like it said something fishy or really messed up. Oh, thanks, Sean. I appreciate that, brother. Heard that, Mary. Davy Crockett says Tennessee for Trump. Yeah, I know that's right. 95B, 95 Bravo. Bro fist to you, my man. Let's look. But it's not really that important. It's just a sign.
Good BLA for Trump. Hey, I know Goodby. Sue Osaka. Yeah. New York could go red. Hey, yeah. Could you imagine a Democrat Congress and president? Open borders. Full-on gun control. Lockdowns are going to be crazy and strict. LOL, Davy Crockett. That's hilarious. Crazy. Wow. Sue, I absolutely agree. That's right, Brian. Brian Knight, you nailed it. Will it get spicy tonight? One slow, I don't know. One slow debate, I don't know. Oh my gosh. 95B Patriot, thank you so much for that. Dude, thank you so much for that, brother. Tiff and I very much appreciate it. One Agent Frog, Biden's laptop matters. Yes. I'm probably going to get chopped just for saying that. LOL, Lola. Don't be naughty now. Man, it feels like the beginning of a very bad movie. I don't know why, but this just feels, I don't know, unsettling, uneasy. I feel very uneasy about it. I'll definitely say that. Bro to the fist, Angelina, what is up? Good to see you. Boom. And Brofist, a 95B Patriot. Brofist, thank you so much for that, my man. There are BLM elements to this, but I think there might be a lot of both. I don't know. Oh. Hey, I heard that. Tonight, the American people decide if they are subjects or citizens. Had that feeling for months now, yeah. I think I was able to distract myself from thinking about this night, but now we're here, buddy. Yeah, would be the perfect time to bring those dusty water cannons out. That's hilarious, man. Test, probably, definitely, probably not. The internet is really dicey right now. I'm sure it's very busy. Look out for Patriot imposters. It's in their plan. You're absolutely right. I did see those plans. Soros is paying them. It's not within their understanding. Boom. Yes, indeed. Candor 101.
That's right, James. Somebody started playing some music. We'll go ahead and take a break from that noise. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but it sounds terrible. I don't know what's wrong with their microphone, but it's blasted out. Wow, that's a really weird noise. No one is being paid. You guys repeat the same 14 plus lines over and over. Oh yeah? I don't think I repeat myself very often. Okay. So we got Trump supporters on one side of this street, and we have Biden supporters on the other side. This is out and about right in front of the White House. I think the polls are all closed. It's very possible.
I remember back before the Second Civil War. LOL. Angelina, that's terrible.
Change for Life, what's up? That's true. Oh, very true. That is so true. All right. Let's reset it just in case I was playing with... Okay, I was playing with it. Aw, well, sorry to let you down. Open on East Coast. All right, so you guys tell me, who do you think is not necessarily correct here? Let's just do this real quick. So if we took away Cali, said Cali was maybe something like, no, it's definitely not that. Leans blue. Likely gonna be, let's see, what is Arizona gonna be for you guys? Leave the West Coast. Okay, well that sucks. Let's see. Ohio will be red. Let's do Ohio. All right. Anything else? Arizona red as well. Boom. All right. Who else? Who else is going to be red that's not? Florida will be red. Like, you think it'll lean red? Let's just leave it there. Lean red. Ohio's Trump all the way. Nevada will be red. Texas as well. Wisconsin, Missouri. At least leaning red. So that might look a little more accurate. There's your numbers, guys. And we could even go ahead and probably call that as well. That's probably more or less accurate. Red. Michigan red. Red. I don't know. That's starting to look like it's pushing back the tide there a little bit there. I don't know. Yeah, that looks a little bit better.
Now, which one of these needs to be deep red that isn't already?
I can reset this for you. You know, 95B is at craziness in Pennsylvania today, but I heard that it wasn't just in Pennsylvania. I heard that it was in multiple states. I don't remember exactly which ones, but they were blocking some people from polling, or from voting. My bad. I believe it will be said it is close tonight for both. Yeah. I have a feeling that I'm confident Trump's going to win. I don't think that's going to go over well, and I think both sides are going to say they're going to win. I think it's really just a yucky, it's a messy deal here. Emergency broadcasting, my fellow American, look out, LOL. Alabama is red. Texas should be red. Oh man, that pushes it way back. If Indiana's red, I don't know about Iowa. I don't know about New Jersey's leaning red. There we go. I don't know. How's that look? Florida may go blue. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that. Charlotte says Georgia and Florida are deep red. I would keep PA gray. Oh, man. Who else is a top up? That needs to be deep red. Evil versus evil. Yeah. New Jersey won't go red in my opinion. Really? Okay. Sorry about that. I can always move it back. Georgia. Anastasia, thank you so much. So let's call Georgia deep red. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's for sure. There just aren't many people there.
Iowa solid red. I've got it over here. Boom. 141. New York Reagan years. Trump 2020 and Pence 2024. Dragon Slayer, what's up, man? Red. Well, I'm no expert on any of it. We'll leave that as a toss-up until Arizona leans blue. Let's go ahead and lean that back blue. Boom. Still got enough. Wisconsin is blue. Okay. I heard that they leaned red. I don't know. No riots yet. No invested crypto. What's up? None as of yet. Illinois is less blue than that. I don't know. Let's reset it. Bada boom. I'm not sure I agree with it, but there it is. Right? Let's see, is this even live? Show is.
New York is less blue. South Illinois is red. Only Chicago is blue. I would agree with that. Florida, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, subs. Okay, I'm gonna write that down, man. Let me get me a little post-it note. Start a little. Hotel for the, oh, I don't know. Brad, what's up? Good to see you. I agree. Vote Gauntlet. Totally agree, man. I would be behind that 100%. Parler is, I guess, supposed to be alternative social media. Trump just got New Hampshire. Eddie? What is this? Wow. Wow. So we are watching Sputnik News live in Washington, D.C. Ace, what's up? Hippie is out waving a Trump flag over the highway. Yes. Exactly, Ryan. Ryan says, this gives me third world country election vibes. That's what I've been feeling the last 3.5 months. That's exactly how I've been feeling. It's like I felt like I was watching an effort of destabilization, you know, like they were trying to, you know, fundamentally and permanently change the country or something like that. This is On the Ground in Washington, D.C. Cheryl, what's up? Thank you so much for joining us.
help Anastasia out for her birthday, go subscribe over to her YouTube channel, join her Discord, and follow her over on Facebook, guys. She just dropped the link. Missed you guys. Glad you're on tonight. Billy, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Teresa, your confidence is refreshing.
Why y'all standing up there? I'm about to stay up here with you. Is this camera recording?
Again, guys, just for those joining us, this is live on the ground in Washington, D.C.
Jenny says she is in line to vote.
Awesome. Yeah. That's the unease. That's the uneasy. Right about the chaos after. So that's you know, it's got everybody a little. I would very much appreciate that, Bernie. Jenny brought my 81-year-old mother-in-law too. Hey, that is awesome. That's awesome. People terrified of COVID. They seem pretty relaxed. Yeah, I agree. If they do riot in Washington, D.C., lock them all up. Right, David? I'm telling you, it will really be close tonight. Yeah, if we even get anything tonight. At this point, I'm starting to worry. Live election on Google. Thank you, Missy. Okay. Okay. I am not seeing. I don't know. That's CBS News. Biden took Kentucky. Bernie, I appreciate that update. Absolutely, Christopher. Sorry, everybody. Trying to get my brain together so I can figure out what we're doing here. I was going to pull up a bunch of different election polls and see what everybody's saying. We got Politico here. Not really saying anything.
For years, whose hearts are really beating.
Anna, you have voted for Democrats pretty much your whole life. In fact, you voted for Barack Obama, switch to President Trump. Why?
Yes, I made a switch to President Trump because after all of the interesting things that happened leading up to his nomination as a candidate for the Republican Party, I saw a man that truly, truly loves this country. He will fight for this country. He believes in protecting the people of this country. And also, he knows that right now, at this moment in time, we are fighting for the very soul of this nation. Whether or not it will be a free country or whether it would be a socialist anarchy.
All right. The voters are going to stay with us. Amazing perspective, right, Brett and Martha? I mean, you get a real flavor. It's like a closing argument in a courtroom, if you will, for why they voted the way they did. We're going to bring you back throughout the evening to learn more from the voters, and now back across the Hudson River to Brett and Martha. As our Democracy 2020 headquarters, take it away.
All right, Harris, thank you. Very interesting.
So just about 10 minutes from now, we're going to get a look at the first results. Chris Wallace and Britt Hume are with us as we watch all of this play out this evening. So, Chris, we'll be getting a look at South Carolina, a couple of states that are coming in, Kentucky, some results we may have, some we won't. Where do you see things right now?
Well, in terms of Kentucky and South Carolina, there's no doubt who's going to win it on the presidential side. Donald Trump is going to win both of those easily. The interesting thing is South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, the chairman, powerful chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, perhaps the senator closest to Donald Trump in a real race with Jamie Harrison, the Democrat, former Democratic State Party chair. And the fact that that's even competitive is kind of a surprise because you don't usually see Republicans struggling to win Senate races. It looks like Mitch McConnell will sweep to victory, although I don't think we're going to call it yet, but it certainly seems that he's the favorite going to be the Senate leader. We don't know yet whether he's going to be the Senate majority leader or minority leader, but he's been given an interesting race there as well. And then Georgia. I mean, I think Georgia is going to be a big story tonight. Both sides seem a little nervous about it, and the fact that the deep red state of Georgia is up for play. If Biden were able to carry it in 16 electoral votes, that makes his path in the North and the rest of the country a lot easier. On the other hand, if President Trump is able to hold on in Georgia, and as I say, the Biden campaign a little bit concerned about Florida as well, you know, he might hold on to the southeast of the country, and then it's a battle in the upper Midwest.
Yeah. Could be a long night if that's the case. Britt, what else are you seeing inside the voter analysis survey? Biden, it says, is benefiting from the turnout of folks who did not vote in 2016, which is interesting because we heard a lot from the Trump campaign about registering new voters.
We did, Brett, and I think they were confident. The Trump campaign believed that there were a huge number of voters who were for Trump but didn't or would have been, and they set about what they said was this massive registration campaign in which they mobilized these voters and imagined, if they were correct in their analysis, that we would see the electorate swollen by a significant number of Trump
so
voters,
here on
and that he
Google,
would lead among new voters. Our voter analysis so far does not reflect
looks
that,
like
which is not
Trump's
good news
got
to the Trump campaign.
Kentucky
I might add one other thing that shouldn't go unmentioned.
and Indiana,
Here, and that is that We're
and
seeing
New
something
Hampshire.
else I've never seen before in a presidential election. That is that outside in the streets here in New York and in cities across the country, we are seeing stores boarded up against the possibility that the result of the election will be violence in American urban areas, and perhaps elsewhere as well. That is really a striking development, and one that I think we all ought to keep an eye on as the night wears on. I rather suspect that the fear is not that the Proud Boys and others but I think the fear is that if Trump manages to win, that the people who have caused so much trouble in urban areas throughout this campaign will be out in force again. They're intent on destruction. Troubling.
I mean, it's a great point. And, we live in a world now, in a country, Chris Wallace, where we've become used to that, where we've become used to people routinely pulling out plywood and boarding up their windows every time there's potential for unrest in this country. And, you look at Midtown Manhattan, it's a shadow of what it should look like.
It's true.
And I think it's striking that Americans are becoming used to this kind of thing.
It is. Well, I got to say, I wasn't used to it. I have never seen it in my lifetime around an election. Obviously, there have been cases like a racial incident or something like that. But we are in Midtown Manhattan, right next to Rockefeller Center. I went out for a walk with my son today, and for about half an hour, and the entire area was either boarded up or being boarded up. I mean, if you were
Absolutely,
in
Nan.
the plywood business,
Same
you had
here.
a very good day. And it's not just in New York City. I know it's in downtown Washington it's happening. I know it's happening in other urban centers around America. I've never seen that before. The idea that the result of an election, look, there's always a winner, there's always a loser, and, the winners are happy, the losers are sad, and everybody goes home and, they go about their lives for the next 4 years. But the idea that people would think that they need to board up because of the streets, I found very disheartening and very surprising.
Brett, we have about a little bit more than a minute left. Also, in our voter survey, President Trump does get the nod on handling of the economy, but coronavirus is a big concern, and Joe Biden overwhelmingly gets a better handling of what he would do with the coronavirus.
Yeah, it's interesting, Brett, that that's the case, because this is another instance of the trouble that Trump has had. If we go back and look carefully, sort of step by step and event by event at the onset of this virus, we will find that the Trump administration did a great many things, and that the president himself, for all his grumbling about shutdowns, basically went along with Drs. Fauci and Birx and the others who were urging certain steps till he did them. There was a big mobilization, you recall, to get things manufactured and so on. And yet he is behind on that issue, not because of what he did, but because of what he said.
All right, gentlemen, stand by. We are getting ready for our first poll closings of the night.
The polls are closing now in 9 key states. 98 electoral votes are up for grabs. This hour could impact everything.
We're going to win the state of Georgia. We're going to win 4 more years.
Voters have made their voices heard.
It's the most important election. It's going to make all the difference here in North Carolina.
Which states went red? Which states went blue? Who have they chosen?
We're going to again win Ohio.
You can make all the difference in Ohio.
Valar Morgulis, what's up? Long time no see. This is why we can't have dragons yet. No one can agree on anything. That's hilarious.
And it is 7 o'clock on the East Coast, which means polls have just closed in half a dozen states. The most closely watched state of this hour is Georgia, which President Trump almost certainly needs to win if he's to secure a second term. As of this moment, too early to project a winner in this crucial battleground.
It's also too early to make a call in Kentucky. Meanwhile, Biden will defeat Trump in the Commonwealth of Virginia, according to our decision desk.
And the former vice president will also win in the state of Vermont. No big surprise there in the early part of this evening. We will need to look at more data before we can make a projection in the state of South Carolina. And in the state of Indiana, where Trump has enjoyed a lead over Biden in the pre-election polling, also not quite ready to make a call in Indiana.
Let's turn now to the Senate, control of which is very much up for grabs tonight. The most interesting state to watch at this hour is Georgia, the only place in the country that has not won. Either of those could help determine control of the chamber. But here's the kicker. We might not find out who will fill either of those Senate seats until January. That's because of a Georgia state law requiring candidates to win more than 50% of the vote tonight or face a runoff election 9 weeks from today.
And in the regularly scheduled Georgia Senate race, incumbent Republican David Perdue is battling Democrat Jon Ossoff and Libertarian Shane Hazel. As of this moment, it is way too early to project who will get the most votes there, much less whether, if anyone, will exceed the 50% level they need to avoid the runoff. It's a similar story in Georgia's special Senate election, where Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler is facing challenges from a variety of candidates, including Reverend Raphael Warnock, a Democrat, and Congressman Doug Collins, a Republican.
We cannot yet make a call in the South Carolina race between Republican incumbent Lindsey Graham and Democratic challenger Jamie Harrison, who managed to throw really a scare into Graham during this hard-fought campaign. A lot of money going into that South Carolina race. Could be a long time before we actually make a call in that race.
So with those first closings under our belt tonight, let's break it all down with our panel. Chris Wallace, Britt Hume, Katie Pavlich, Karl Rove, and Donna Brazil. Welcome back to all of you. Karl, let's bounce out to you with a look at some of what you see here in the early going at 7 o'clock. Not any big surprises at that point.
No, and not really much data either. You're right about Georgia. Georgia is going to be an interesting case to watch because it is absolutely certain that we're going to have one runoff, the Kelly Loeffler Warnock Collins race, because you have to have 50% of the vote, and there are 13 candidates on that ballot, whereas there are only 3 in the race involving incumbent David Perdue. And you're also right about the South Carolina race. A lot of money, and illustrative of a big strength the Democrats have shown in this election, and that is their ecosystem for small dollar fundraising that they began 16 years ago and called ACT. The former state party, Democratic State Party chairman, has raised over $50 million in the third quarter and running against the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. So money doesn't always result in determine the outcome in a race. Both of these men have sufficient enough money to spend, but the idea of having over $50 million in a state with 3 million people and probably 2 to 2.5 million voters, pretty strong set of numbers that Republicans are facing in every single Senate race. There's not a single competitive race in which a Republican senator or a Senate candidate has outraised his opponent.
Well, it only took a few seconds, but the Fox News decision desk can now project President Trump will defeat former Vice President Joe Biden in the state of Kentucky. Not a surprise there. But the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is up for election there. He was leading going into today. We'll see where that race heads in Kentucky as far as the Senate Majority Leader's fate. Donna, your look at tonight. What you're looking for early here as we start to get the actual
Kentucky
votes,
is certified
tabulations
red.
coming.
Vermont.
Well, I was sitting here telling Carl about Virginia, and I said
certified.
Arlington, Prince Williams, Loudoun, and a couple of counties would be coming in early, and of course they've already called it. But now Georgia, by 5 percentage points in 2016, and Georgia's going to be.
Pavlich, let's go over to you. Your thoughts as we get these first tallies in, and we've got Kentucky in now. We're looking at about 26 minutes away from the next round.
I think going forward tonight, looking at ticket splitting will be interesting. In Arizona, Martha McSally has been down, but President Trump has gained in that state. In Georgia, the state that you just called, or did not just call, excuse me, but we're discussing right now. David Perdue, Senator Perdue, skipped the last debate with his opponent, Jon Ossoff, to campaign with and for President Donald Trump. He is depending on President Trump over the finish line. In Michigan,
Also,
it's interesting
Tiff will be with us
they're
when I return.
counting on every last vote with the ground game there for the Trump campaign. The Michigan Secretary of State has said that 100,000 of the absentee early mail-in votes have been counted. There's 170,000 to go in Detroit. They also registered 18,000 new voters today, and those voters cast their votes in Democratic strongholds like Detroit, Ann Arbor, and another place in Michigan. And so interesting to look at that number for the president as he tries to take back Michigan as he won in 2016. But in terms of Georgia and other states like it, those Republican senator incumbents are really depending on the president to pull them over the finish line.
Carl, it's very early in the night, but what we're looking at is our voter analysis survey, and as these raw vote totals come in, these numbers from these states. But can we, looking at what we see now, say that this is likely not a landslide either way?
Well, I'm not certain that we can deduce that from the polling that we've had and the election returns thus far, but I suspect that's exactly going to be the case. Both sides have been revved up. You generally have a blowout when there's one side that's revved up and another side that has become dispirited, either because of internal divisions or simply a lousy candidate. We've had two campaigns here that have focused on revving up their bases, and so I think it'll be a big, huge turnout, and I think it will be relatively close, closer than I think either side thinks. You're at the moment in a campaign, think you're going to win, you think you're going to win strong. And I know that's the attitude among a lot of Democrats.
Are you working the refs? Are you working the reporters at this point? What's happening? If you're in the campaign, are you working the reporters saying this is what we're seeing? I mean,
first of all, you're getting 1,000 phone calls and emails and text messages from people saying, what do you think? What do you think? How do you think it's going to turn out? And it drives you absolutely insane. And from somewhere trying to absorb all of this data, all this information. I remember one particular night when a guy kept walking around the room with a cigar, and his father said, "Don't worry, Senator, it'll be all right." And I was in the presence of two presidents of the United States. So, at one point in 2004, I ran out of assistants. I had two great assistants, Israel Hernandez and Susan Ralston, and I had them busy doing weird things. So I looked around the room and said, "Who could I?" The target percentages or all the ballots, what we were getting, but I needed somebody when I would bark out the name of a county to tell me how many votes we needed as our vote goal for that county. And I looked around the room. No, I wasn't going to be 41. It wasn't going to be Barbara Bush. I said, "Condi, get over here." And Condi Rice sat next to me for the next hour and a half or 2 o'clock until about 2 o'clock in the morning as I barked out, Lucerne County, Pennsylvania, Hamilton County, Ohio. And I had a very talented assistant who went on to greater things in life as Secretary of the State.
Now he just barks. Now he just barks for whiteboards.
Exactly,
he needs more whiteboards.
So, Chris Wallace, one of the issues that we talk about a lot in campaigns is likability. And one of the comparisons that we see some of in this Fox News voter analysis is the difference between Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden on this issue. And, it was fascinating in 2016. Voters didn't really love Hillary Clinton or President Trump. So they had to decide between two characters that they weren't all that excited about. It's a little bit different this time around.
Absolutely. We in the poll, Honest and Trustworthy in 2016, the final poll, Donald Trump 37%, not very good. Hillary Clinton 33%, even worse. And on Honest and Trustworthy, but Biden is up over 50%. And when it comes to being liked, he is liked by a majority of Americans. The president is still underwater in that regard. Now, look, it's a tough job, and in fact, it's interesting. Trump's campaign ads talked about the fact, look, he's a tough guy, but you need a tough guy to be president. So they've tried to make a virtue of that. I just want to, before we pass on, and we will, talk a little bit about Virginia. I find it astonishing that Virginia has become such a blue state, because the fact is, I was looking back, this is a wonderful machine. I know it was slow to get to it, but I did. Between 1964 and 2004, that's 40 years, Virginia went Republican every time. The last time that it went for a Democrat was Lyndon Johnson, and then Bush 43 in 2004. And since then, it has gone for the Democrat every time, and more and more and more. And so a state that was red became purple and now has become deep blue. And this, these are the demographic changes you're seeing in parts of the country that a state like Virginia now, neither candidate even went to it. It was off the board.
Trump went there once.
Okay.
But you're right.
It wasn't competitive.
No.
And it used to be a real, first of all, it was a solid red state, and then for a while it was a swing state. Now it's as blue as New York or Connecticut or one of those states.
Britt, quickly, the national popular vote, we just looked at that screen. It's very possible that, again, like Hillary Clinton did, Joe Biden could win the national popular vote, but President Trump figures out a way to win the Electoral College and piecing together these battleground states to 270.
And that's the very scenario for which stores are boarded up all over the place, because there's a widespread belief among certain partisans in this country that the electoral is a relic of a bygone time, that it's anti-democratic and improper and should be abolished because it permits that the person who gets the most votes should win the election regardless. Of course, we are not simply a pure democracy. We are a constitutional republic, which accounts for the fact that we give the weight to the states, and we don't have, I mean, the truth of the matter is that the popular vote is a stat. It's not how you keep score in this contest. You keep score by electoral votes, and those are done state by state. That's how it's always been.
All right, gentlemen, minutes from now, polls closing in battleground states of Ohio, as well as the very important North Carolina, a state that will play a decisive role tonight.
This as we watch the Senate races in Georgia, in Kentucky, where Mitch McConnell is against Amy McGrath, South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, Jamie Harrison, all of that coming up. Trey Gowdy is going to join us after this.
This week on The Upper Hands, special guest Flo challenges the hand models to show off the ease of comparing rates with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. International hand model John gets personal.
Your wayward pinky is grotesque.
Then, a high-stakes patty cake battle royale ends in triumph.
You have the upper hand.
It's a race to the lowest rate and so much more. Only on The Upper Hands.
Bipolar depression. It's a dark, lonely place.
This is art inspired by real stories of people living with bipolar depression.
Emptiness. A hopeless struggle.
The lows of bipolar depression can disrupt your life and be hard to manage. Latuda could make a real difference in your symptoms. Latuda was proven to significantly reduce bipolar depression symptoms, and in clinical studies had no substantial impact.
Empowered.
Latuda is not for everyone. Call your doctor about unusual mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children, teens, and young adults. Elderly dementia patients on Latuda have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about fever, stiff muscles, and confusion, as these may be life-threatening, or uncontrollable muscle movements, as these may be permanent. These are not all the serious side effects.
This is where I want to be.
For in your bipolar depression symptoms.
Non-valvular AFib can mean a lifetime of blood thinners. And if you're troubled by falls and bleeds, worry follows you everywhere. Over 100,000 people have left blood thinners behind with Watchman. It's a one-time, minimally invasive procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman. It's one time for a lifetime.
Brush aside the doubters, the naysayers, the noise. Oh, and lint. You're not ready for gray, so brush it away in 5 easy minutes. Just for men, mustache, and beard. Be the better man you are, and look the part.
Imagine feeling fearless at the dentist. Imagine strengthening enamel while preventing cavities 70%. Act anti-cavity. Stop imagining. Start acting. And get anti-cavity protection with our dye-free iced formulas.
7:14 on the East Coast. The first polls have closed in 6 states. President Trump has taken Kentucky. The former vice president, Joe Biden, is the winner in the Commonwealth of Virginia and also in Vermont. Still too early to call Georgia or Indiana.
Important to know, as you see the vote totals come in, one of the two candidates could be leading in the vote total, but based on our analysis and the decision desk, they're making a call based on the projections, and those calls will be checks on the bottom of your screen. The race to 270, that's the magic number, 270 electoral votes. Right now it's 16-8. We have a long way to go. More polls are set to close just moments from now, including one of the most watched states of the night, North Carolina. Mark Meredith is on the ground at Senator Tom Tillis's headquarters in Mooresville, North Carolina. Mark, good evening.
Brett, good evening to you. President Trump won North Carolina 4 years ago fairly easily. Right now, things will look a lot more competitive in this state compared to what we saw last time around. What's interesting is we've seen the president and the vice president make multiple stops kind of barnstorming this state recently. But the question is, how effective will that be? Only because North Carolina has a very aggressive early voting program, with most North Carolinians going to the polls within the last several weeks. They were the first state to mail out absentee ballots, and then for half of October, they allowed people to go out to the polls. So we'll wait to see what happens with the president and those 15 electoral votes. The other race that we are watching also closely, including many pundits, is what's happening where we are, where incumbent Republican Senator Tom Tillis hopes to have a victory party tonight, but he's waiting to find out whether or not he'll be going back to Washington to serve a second term. He won 6 years ago by less than 50,000 votes. This time around, Democrats are pouring a lot of money into this Senate race. He's facing off against a former state senator and an Iraq War veteran. This is a race where we have seen some nasty ads on TV, but also one that they feel is very important for both parties if they're going to maintain control of the Senate. Who will decide that? The other question we've been wanting to see out of North Carolina is how will this early voting program go? The state has said they are very confident in their process, but we have precincts decide to have to be able to stay open just a little bit later. They were supposed to close at 7:30. Now they're going to be given an extra 20 to 40 minutes, depending on where they are. A small number of issues, things like receipts not being printed correctly or not opening the polls exactly on time this morning, like they were supposed to. The state says, though, things are going very smoothly, but they wanted to make sure these specific precincts, a small number of them, would have the option to make sure every vote gets counted. We'll let you know as the results continue to come in. Brett?
All right, Mark Meredith in North Carolina. Mark, thanks.
So we are just around North Carolina and also Ohio. Let's get some thoughts from former Congressman Trey Gowdy as we wait. Trey, good to have you with us this evening. Obviously, your home state of South Carolina is one to watch very closely this evening as well. What's on your mind tonight?
Lindsey's race, obviously, for professional. Yesterday, I think he feels good. The first congressional district, Martha, Tim Scott made that district look really easy for Republicans. It never was. Mark Sanford won, but then he got booted out in the primary, and Republicans lost. So I am interested in what happens at the coast down in Charleston.
You know, we're looking at some of this voter analysis and digging into the numbers in the various states. In South Carolina, for example, President Trump leads in men 57 to 40, but he's losing with women 52 to 45. When you look at a place like Georgia, it's really upside down. Men 51-46 for President Trump, but women 56 to 42. And the Trump campaign is concerned about that suburban women vote across the country.
Well, I hope he was concerned well before tonight. I mean, the dominant thing I've heard, Brett, from the women in my life who trend conservative, not exclusively, but they trend conservative. They care very much what your policies are, but they care about the manner in which you communicate. The President Trump who showed up at the second debate, if he had shown up at the first debate, I think that gap with suburban women would be smaller, frankly.
Yeah, we don't talk about that with Chris Wallace on the panel here. We don't.
Sorry.
We've told the no first debate comments at all.
Sorry.
No.
Okay.
There was no first debate.
All right. Anyway, moving on to the second debate. What do you think as you look at these early numbers, as you feel kind of the sense of the country? I mean, do you think Trump can pull this out?
You know, Brett, I never thought I won a trial. I never thought I won an election. I'm a pessimist, so if I'm going to be surprised, I want to be happy and surprised. It just feels to me like the president has to pull a straight flush. But in his defense, I felt that way in 2016, too, and I wound up being dead wrong. So it just feels like it's a gauntlet Republicans have to win. They've won one popular vote out of the last, 6, 7 presidential races. So you put a lot of pressure on pulling that straight flush in the Electoral College. And if you have one hiccup, then you're through. You're done.
So, Trey, the other vote that we're watching very closely is the Black and Hispanic vote. And just taking a look at some of these numbers in Georgia from our voter analysis, 92 to 6.
I don't know why you insist on saying that,
Trump,
knowing full well that I'm going to want to say don't call it a comeback.
And, also some support, though, a little bit better for the president, 33% among Latino voters.
I've been everywhere today, but I'm here now.
Just whether or not Republicans can make inroads there. I mean, obviously, Tim Scott is from South Carolina. The RNC had a concerted effort. There's ads that are targeted, both urban radio ads and television ads targeted towards that community within the American family. But, you know, Republicans are going to always struggle if we are the party of white men. You got Mia Love, you got Tim Scott, you got Will Hurd, but you know 2 of those 3 are going to be out of politics.
So check it out.
Tonight, one's
this is
already
live
out.
Update right here.
You can't lose any group 90-10 and expect to be successful in politics.
Thanks, Trey Gowdy, thank you so much. We'll check in with you later.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Shannon Bream.
Associated
more
Press.
Digging into the voter analysis. Shannon?
Okay, Brett, so as the polls start to close, both candidates have Georgia on their minds tonight. We've been talking about that. Bill Clinton was the last Democrat to carry the state. That was back in 1992. Now, 4 years ago, President Trump won by 5 points. Tonight, the Biden campaign thinks they can win the state back, sending former President Obama to stump there yesterday.
My stomach has got little butterflies.
Black voters traditionally backed the Democrat candidate, and today is no different. In Georgia, they are coming out strong for Biden. Also to Georgia, more than half of voters who lived in the state.
So how's everybody feeling?
I don't like it. Whoa, that's blurry. Sorry.
President Trump,
what, me?
fans there in Georgia
me.
too.
This microphone, I gotta stay back, right?
Many thought the
You
president
eat it,
was
I stay
losing
back.
over coronavirus.
Yeah,
They're
right,
actually
right.
raking
Like
for
you're
President
coming in
Trump in
perfect.
Georgia,
So
and conservative Christians, despite criticisms
Georgia, Florida,
of
not
the
good.
president's name calling and insults. White evangelical voters are solidly behind the president. This year has been, for many people, all about the pandemic. In April, after he urged states to reopen their economies, the president called out Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp for opening too early.
I feel like,
a majority of
you know,
voters
in the
agree
movie
with Trump's
Twister,
stance at the time, saying they think it's more important. Majority of
you know,
voters
in the
agree
movie
with Trump's
Twister,
stance at the time, saying they think it's more important to limit
Bill
the spread of
Paxton's
the
new
virus,
fiance with all these tornadoes, and she's like,
opening back up increases
you just gotta. She's on the
and
phone with like one of her patients. She's like, you just gotta breathe, Julia. We both just gotta breathe.
We still have two very important Senate races in Georgia.
Anastasia says, hi, Tiff.
What's up,
First, we want to jump
Anastasia?
over to the critical Senate race in North Carolina, where Democrats are hoping to flip and pick up a seat. It has been a wild race there. Just a month ago, a sex scandal forced the Democrat Cal Cunningham
I think it's the
to go on the
blondness.
defensive.
I think the
That
blondness
very same
makes
day,
them stand
Republican
out,
Tom
but-
Tillis, the current incumbent, was diagnosed with coronavirus. So both
That's
campaigns
girl
have been
talk,
scrambling
I
ever
suppose.
since. Cunningham was probably
Need to
not
talk
going
to
to win over
Randy.
North. They are backing Tillis by more than 60 points. At the same time, voters who say the pandemic is the most important issue
Sorry,
facing
I'm
the
trying
country,
to
they
pull it
favor
up
the
so I can
Democrat by
see
almost
chat.
50 points. This is one of those races that could decide control of the Senate. So we asked voters, was the party that controls the Senate
Dragon.
factor to their vote in this
I love
race?
that name so
and those
much.
voters
I
are
love-
split down the
I
middle.
love
So
that.
it doesn't get any
Okay.
closer than
You
that.
want- yeah, I
We
want
will
a dragon
continue to crunch
too.
the data, but for now, back to you guys.
Okay, Shannon, thank you. We've been talking about the probability
Dragon
meter,
is a good
and we
idea.
have, looking at the state of Georgia, the vote total is coming in. You see the probability now 59% to Joe Biden. Again, here is the thing with the probability meter. This is the early vote that we're getting out of Georgia. This is likely the early vote that dumped at the beginning of the polls closing. Remember, we talked at the beginning of the night that is likely 6 out of 10
Ashley says hi, Tiff.
for Joe Biden in a lot of these states.
Everything's going to be
Donald Trump,
fine.
however, is leading according to our analysis on the day
It's
of
all
vote,
good.
which
I
comes
haven't
in
been
over the
stressed
night.
at all,
So you're
and
gonna
then
see
it
this
just
probability
poof,
meter
it just hit me like a
shift
wall,
throughout
straight in the
night.
face.
Right now it's at 59%.
All right.
In the raw vote total, Joe Biden is leading
How
at
are y'all
56%.
feeling?
We're going to see
How's
that
everybody else
through the
doing?
night.
Anybody
Chris,
else
you
got
had something on
anxiety?
Georgia?
I can't see
Just
chat.
looking at our,
Why can't I see
voter
chat?
profile analysis,
I just want to be a
which is
person who
poll
has a
that was
chat.
taken, an exhaustive
On
poll,
YouTube?
thousands,
Oh, let me do it on
100,000 people
yours.
across the
That's
country.
right.
Yeah.
In Georgia, and I think this is going to be true in a lot of states, if Joe Biden is elected president, it's going
Tell
to be
Tiff
on the
that
basis
lady
of
has
women.
fake
There is a
lashes and
big
uses
gender
pencil
gap.
liner
Women
for
in
the
Georgia,
underlid.
56 to
Wow.
42.
What's an
Biden over
underlid?
Trump.
Underneath
On
your
the
look right
general
here.
question of the country, this is always a very telling one, especially for an incumbent running for
Anastasia,
re-election.
thank you.
Would you say
Fake
the country
lashes,
is
I can
right,
never commit
going in
to
the right
that.
direction or the wrong direction? 61 to 39, wrong direction of a right direction. And then finally, which
don't
is
do
the
well.
most important issue facing the country? If you think the economy is the 7 to 20
Yep,
for Trump,
that's true,
if you
vote.
think the coronavirus is the key issue, 72-26 for
Gauntlet.
Biden, the difference is 39%, 6% in Georgia think the economy is the issue. So we don't know how it's going to turn out, but you look at the internals of these polls, and you can certainly see a potential path to victory in
The
Georgia for
internet
Biden.
is
We
like
got to hit a break, Britt, but we'll
hardcore.
Breaking.
Real quick,
Hardcore.
just
It's
looking at the
like
percentage
busy
of
as all
men
get
and
out.
women
Yeah.
voters. In Georgia, as Chris suggested, women 53% of the electorate, men 46.
Okay.
Virginia 54,
Now
46
I
women.
have-
South Carolina 55, 45 women. Indiana 52, 47 women. So if they are across the country,
Now I
if they
have
are the
chat up.
significantly larger
All right, very
cohort of
good.
voters,
Maybe
that's going
I
to tell us
wish I
something
did
about
it.
the outcome, because women have had a lot of trouble with Donald Trump.
All right, stand by.
So a live look as the
Oh
polls
my
are about to
goodness.
close just
Oh my
outside Cleveland,
goodness.
Ohio. We are about to get our first look at numbers coming out of that state, as well as North Carolina and West Virginia. More straight ahead from Fox News
okay.
headquarters
So-
and Democracy 2020, the presidential election.
There
Virginia.
you go, Joe.
Virginia is Biden.
When it comes to buying a home, they say cash is king. But you're a queen. And that's just as powerful. You're armed with...
All right. So let's listen in. Back on the ground. Washington, D.C., in front of the White House. So we were investigating these signs earlier.
Jesus saves. F. Jess. Oh no!
It's two different signs.
I thought it said Jess. Jess.
There's two different signs. But they're right next to each other. Maybe that's...
I would not have put those right next to each other. What was that? Where was that?
So let's look. Florida.
What's up, Joe? I'm good, other than a little anxiety.
Sorry.
Are you drinking?
I don't know if there are any rules.
Every time you feel like the world's about to end, you take a drink.
There's definitely Kentucky. Let's see. South Carolina is a definite. Virginia is actually red.
Oh, Mary, you're so sweet. Well, not that it's long. I just got here, so I actually don't know what's going on, but as long as it's respectful. Tonight's not the night.
Damn it.
Oh, that's your predictions?
No, it comes preset. Damn it.
Oh, that's your predictions?
No, it comes preset, but you can play with it. See, I can...
That's a horrible idea. So how many fake news articles are we going to see with all these, you know, like...
It's being watched really, really closely, so...
Yeah. That'll definitely make sure that nothing shady happens. I was just reading a comment. Biden told his people in the crowd he don't need their vote.
Really?
What's up, Matt? Thank you so much. Y'all, thank you.
Matt, thank you again, brother. Let's see.
I'm sorry, Mary.
West Virginia just came in. Got that.
Could we not play? No, that's a terrible idea, but I do have the urge to watch.
So who wants to just
Purge
turn
election.
all this off and watch Purge the election year?
Yeah, like, no, not turn it off, but can we just have it like sidebar?
I don't think so. Copyright.
Who cares? Will they shut it down?
Yeah. They would cut the feed.
Well, that's a pooper, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Same here, Catherine. Well, I shouldn't say that. We do pay attention sometimes, but It's usually just background noise.
The actual count
Anastasia
right
says
now.
yes to the purge.
Kentucky, West Virginia, South Carolina, Indiana. All for Trump. Georgia, Florida, Vermont, New Hampshire for Biden.
Oh, Paris, I was driving when the speech happened, so I missed it, but I do need to go back and listen to it.
Back 4 years ago and see what the comparison was. Here we were in 2016. Hillary Clinton won the county with 65% of the vote. So Donald Trump clearly is in the battle here in Miami. Up here to this is Hillsborough County. This is Tampa. A fair amount of votes in, about 500,000 votes here. Joe Biden with a 12-point lead on Donald Trump. Why is that, and how does that rate with 4 years ago? Let me pop back here to 2016.
Yeah,
Hillary
Lisa
Clinton
Gamer,
won
I
the
agree.
county. Again, the vote
Lisa
totals
Gamer
are very
says, I think
similar
chaos
right
is very
now.
close,
So
no matter
they
who the
might be
leader
getting
is right
very
now.
close to maybe 90% or
And
plus of the
I
total vote
agree.
in Hillsborough
I made
County.
myself
She had
smaller so that you guys could see the
53.5% of
state.
vote. Joe Biden at the moment is doing slightly better than Hillary Clinton
I'm
at
sorry, my chair
55.4.
screams.
So we'll
No,
watch
it's totally
that.
fine.
The other thing I saw up here, this is Jacksonville, Duval County. Joe Biden here with the lead over Donald Trump. I was watching this a moment ago during the commercial. This is razor tight
lazy
4
gamer.
years ago. We'll see how
Yeah.
this breaks down.
I agree.
Again, more vote to be counted.
One Nagy.
There it is.
Okay, I'm sure I'm saying
Just
that wrong,
then,
but yeah,
that
says,
county
yeah,
right
you
there
can actually
from
feel it in the air.
2016 was
And
red.
I agree.
Pop up here to
I
Georgia.
have felt something
We talked
the
about
past
the
day or
counties to
two.
watch. I know Brett and Martha, we've talked about this before. This is Atlanta right here in the surrounding counties. This is Fulton County, sort of this bottle shape here. There are suburban voters there, white voters, some African American too. It's going to get a measure as to whether or not Donald Trump is hurting with suburban voters. There's only about half of the vote in here in Cobb County, Georgia. From 2016, it was pretty close. You know, Hillary Clinton about 2.5 votes there. So we'll see whether or not
It
the
depends on how
president
bad
can
it
cut
gets.
that gap and cut that margin here throughout the night. You guys also mentioned that Ohio closed a moment ago. Let me go to the Buckeye State. We'll see what's happening
possible.
here. Well, that's
and
what you
especially
got.
in the
All right,
days
there's
following.
not a lot of data coming in from
once
Ohio.
there's nothing left
Part of
to
the reason
lose.
that
I
could
agree,
be
Lazy Gamer.
state law allows
Not
this
convinced
total
it's going to be
advance
outright
early
100%
3.4
anarchy,
million early votes
Right.
cast.
but it feels
But they
very
could not
close.
start today, and right now they're doing the tabulation. We are told in Ohio that the first vote that will be given to us will be the in-person
What's
vote
up,
as of
Wanagi?
today.
I'm really,
and then after
I'm really
that, we'll see the ballots that
struggling
were
with
cast
how I'm
prior
saying
to.
that. If I'm saying
A lot
that,
of these
yeah,
states,
is
they
it
have different
Wanagi
laws, they
or
have different
Wanagi?
rules, and they can.
You know me in the names.
We'll bounce around and we'll follow the law as best as we can here. I just come over here to Kentucky. The reason I would do this
So
only
what
is
was
because
Wisconsin looking
northern Kentucky here it borders the Ohio River with Cincinnati. So let's see what's happening here in counties like Boone County.
What do you think?
Right now, the president, 66%. Pop on over here to these Kenton County, 56, almost 57%. Not a ton of votes in here yet, but they're working their way up. Go back to 2016. These were counties where President Trump won 64% of the vote. We'll just come over here to Boone County, 72% of the vote. Here's another one, Campbell County,
how do people still watch
63% of the
TV?
vote. So
It looks
as
like a
the
cheesy
numbers
movie.
come
I
in,
know,
we'll
right?
be able to get a better sense as to whether or not the president is,
One
come back
eye.
to 2020, whether or not the president
G.
is meeting his margin
G.
from 4 years
Okay.
ago.
Thank
If he is, he's in for a good night in the
Rant.
Trump team tonight as to whether or not
I'm
they
the
can pull
worst,
this off
y'all.
in 2020.
Am I blaring?
So we're watching it. Pennsylvania's coming up in about
No, you
20
look good.
minutes or so.
Your
You know,
audio
Bill,
looks good.
we know that in the Panhandle, the
I
polls
thought
close
you
in
said your
about
body.
24
I was like,
minutes.
I'm not even on the
but
camera.
some
I don't know
polls
what
have
you're
closed in
talking
other
about.
parts of Florida. Villages is that both to populate,
She
is there
blends right
vote
into that
total
tree.
coming in from those places?
There is a vote total. There's not a percentage breakdown. In other words, you can look at this, Brett, 67% in Sumter County. You're right. Villages, seniors, how are they breaking right now? Do they have concerns about COVID? Are seniors voting differently in Florida than they are perhaps in Pennsylvania? President's at 67% of the vote, about 58,000 raw votes from 2016. He was at 70% with
All right.
52,700 raw votes. So,
All right.
We have been well,
that's
thank
about,
you. I hope you've been well
I
as
was
well.
thinking-
forgive me, but it's about 70,000 plus here.
The Dragon's
from
Milk?
2016. This year we've got about 70,000 votes
now
in
I'm
here
thinking
too. So
something
what we
stronger.
cannot see
You
through
want
the
another-
Associated Press is the percentage
I
in
don't
this
know.
county of the votes. You can find that on the Secretary of State's website, et cetera. But this only lets us know that we're pretty close to 100%, but not entirely there. If this is as far as Donald Trump gets in Sumter County,
Number
and that's
Story
where he
on
was 4
YouTube
years
has a
ago,
live update
He's got
map.
some work to do
Thank-
in that part
thank
of
you,
Florida. But again, it could be offset in different aspects.
I have time out. I
I
gotta
can
go
tell
get
you
a drink.
on the phone with the Trump
who's
campaign
Gregory?
throughout
Wait,
the day,
wait.
they're
On
confident
YouTube
about
says
Florida.
Number Story
They
on
say they're in
YouTube
the
has a
game in
live
Georgia,
update
North
map.
Carolina as well,
In the chat.
Ohio also. What they will hedge a little bit on is Pennsylvania. They believe it's too clear. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Some of the campaign on the Trump side argue they're in it, Minnesota. We'll find out through the course of the night here. But Wisconsin and Michigan, they believe those states, at least the folks I talked to, were too close to call. More coming up.
Okay.
All right.
Well, Bill, let's go down to Georgia real quick. Is that where you wanted to go?
I want to go to North Carolina, but
Oh,
let's go to
ahead.
Georgia, and then we'll go to
Georgia.
North Carolina.
I thought I was reading your mind. Those areas, the suburbs, Fulton County, DeKalb County.
Yeah, at the moment, no from DeKalb County, which is east of Atlanta. No information yet in from Gwinnett County either. This is Fulton County. This is what it's given us right now. Donald Trump's got 161 votes, and Joe Biden has 146. I guarantee you there are more people down in Atlanta than the votes coming in there. So it's early in the night for Fulton. But how does it break? There's a lot of data that's coming in there so far. I'll just pop around here and just give you guys a better sense. Fayette County, minimal. Over here, numbers here around Atlanta. So we've got a long way to go in the state of Georgia as of 38.
How's it looking for you?
7:40 in the evening. Martha, you mentioned North Carolina.
Yeah, I just want to mention before you go to North Carolina from Georgia, apparently at the State Farm Arena, they were delayed 4 hours because of a water pipe burst in that room. And they don't expect, as you say, Bill, that Fulton County will come in for quite some time. That's home to a 10th of the voters in Georgia in that Atlanta
Big
region.
time. And in votes in the northern part of the county is going to give you a measure of African Americans who live in the city of Atlanta itself. So we'll watch this. North Carolina apparently
Same
had
here,
about a
ladies and
half
gamer.
dozen precincts that got started late earlier today. So they have extended the vote there for about a half hour, 45 minutes. We thought we'd be getting numbers at 7:30 East Coast time. That's not the case. Look to them to come in around 8 o'clock, 8:15, and we'll see what this balance is for the state of North Carolina so far.
But one of the things that we're all looking at is whether or not President Trump will be driving up these numbers in these rural areas, because that was one of the early indications in the evening in 2016 that the balance had shifted and that they were finding voters that they, that nobody had really campaigned to all that much, frankly. And they have said all along, Bill, that that is the key to their success again tonight. Is there any indication in anything that you're seeing that that's happening? I know you just showed us one county where he was falling short of that in Florida.
Yeah, this is North Carolina from 2016. It's a great point, Martha. It's sort of the area that we're focused on.
Thank you, Gregory.
Donald Trump flipped 6 counties in North Carolina from 2012 to 2016. This is one of them. This is Robeson County. He was nearby there in Fayetteville just a short time ago, 52.5% of the vote from 2016. For comparison's sake, to let you know how well he did here in 2016, look where you were in 2012. Barack Obama had 59% of the vote in that county alone. Look where you were in 2012. Barack Obama had 59% of the vote in that county alone. So this year, in 2000, he matched it, even at 20,000 votes. If these races in these states are this tight, that makes a big difference in the outcome for the 15 electoral votes in states like North Carolina. Another one here. This is white. It is rural. It is a part of the country that Donald Trump has been holding these campaign rallies at for some time. It's Rutherford County. It's right next to Asheville, North Carolina, the western part of the state. 74% of the vote. Again, it's only 21,000, but that can make a big 74%. Does he meet the margin of that percentage this year? Does he exceed it or does he get below it? So that starts to fill in North Carolina coming up shortly.
Bill, one more. Let's go to Ohio. First of all, you're right. The Trump campaign feels confident not only about Florida, but Ohio. And looking at our voter analysis survey, they have reason to be about some of the numbers that we're getting out of there. You're from Ohio. Yeah. You know it well. But you look at those counties along the border to tell a story.
I tell you, 4 years ago, guys, when we were here, that was the indication to me that this was going to be a very close race between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. I'll tell you what, Northeastern Ohio, these were deep blue 8 years ago. You know, you think about Ashtabula and Trumbull and Mahoning. That runs right along the Pennsylvania border. Who are these voters? They're blue collar, they're steel workers. They've been voting Democratic for generation. And in 2016, look what they did. They flipped. These are significant places here when you get a 60-40 split, and Ashtabula down to Trumbull, 53%. Mahoning County, where you find Youngstown, the president did not win that county, but he came as close as you have seen for any Republican in decades. And Brett, I knew at that moment that Donald Trump was in this campaign when a lot of people thought he was out from 4 years ago. So how do we look at that now across the border here in Pennsylvania? All these counties here, he was just here in Butler County over the weekend. He had some 50,000 people turn out, 61,000 raw votes there from 2016. You pop around here and you look at his margins, 76.8, 68.5, 80% in some of these counties. He needs these numbers to offset the following. This is Philadelphia down here. This is Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. Philadelphia clocked in 560,000 votes for Hillary Clinton in 2016. So you got to offset it in the countryside if you're going to overcome that in the city of Philadelphia.
All right, you do that better than anybody. So we're going to come back a lot,
okay.
And we'll be checking in throughout the night. Thank you, Bill. We have a race to call, and that is for the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. We can now project that he will win that Senate race against Amy McGrath, the Democrat. She spent $73.4 million on this race. We're looking at it not being that close.
Wow.
Mitch McConnell will go on to another term. It not being that close.
Wow.
Mitch McConnell will go on to another term. We majority leader by the end of the process tonight.
Yeah, during this process,
Trump
though, Amy
retakes
McGrath
the
did manage to
lead
put some
in
pressure
Georgia.
on Mitch
Thank you so
McConnell
much,
that he
Bernie.
has not felt in prior races, but we see tonight that he has a very decisive win in Kentucky. And, you know, he has been at the helm of one of President Trump's most fervent errands, which has been loading up federal judges and the federal bench with conservative judges, and just put Amy Coney Barrett on the bench as well. So, I mean, obviously this allows Mitch McConnell to, in one way or another, depending on what happens with the presidency tonight,
starting to come together,
to continue in his role as a senator. But whether or not he will be in that majority leader spot is a big, big question tonight.
Nice. You know, we should introduce Dana Perino and Juan Williams.
Let's do that.
With Chris Wallace and Britt Hume. Dana, this is a big win for Mitch McConnell. A lot of people thought this was the one. This is the one that's going to go down. And Senator McConnell is going to lose to Amy McGrath, but it's not going to.
You have to say, I think that she raised $100 million. You don't see Republicans out there clamoring for campaign finance reform because they raise this much money, but he took it seriously, especially early on. But I think that you have to look at the Democrats and say, for Chuck Schumer, the candidate recruitment in that race was really not very good. Plus, think about what Mitch McConnell was able to close on. The confirmation of a new Supreme Court justice in Amy Coney Barrett, and she's a very popular person across America. The other thing is that you called West Virginia for Shelley Moore Capito. She was the first woman in the Senate, and she will be returning there for another 6 years.
She looks like President Snow's niece.
I think when it comes to candidate recruitment, when you look at Mitch
like
McConnell,
if President
what he was able
Snow
to do
from Hunger Games had a
Schumer
niece.
was able to do, even though there are
like
very
one
close
of the
races to watch tonight in the Senate,
vampires from
that
Twilight
Mitch McConnell probably wins when it comes to that score.
Juan, let's bring you in to the conversation here. It makes me think about South Carolina.
It's a compliment.
Lindsey Graham also probably got a bit of a lift from the Judiciary hearing, which he ran as the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Your thoughts as we look ahead to that race, which has been very tight for Lindsey Graham?
Well, again, you know, to me, I don't see that race, that, you know, the confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett necessarily driving votes. I think it is an accomplishment for Mitch McConnell, clearly. But I think that when you look at that, it's the question is, are
from
people
Hamburg, Germany.
turning
What's
out
up, brother?
to say thank you and taking that for granted? And I think in large part, what we're seeing tonight is people are responding to, in the case of Mitch McConnell, who has tremendous power in Washington and who can bring home Kentucky. And in the state of South Carolina, I think if you look at the advertising that Lindsey Graham's been running, he's made it clear that he is part of the tradition, part of the legacy in terms of leadership, strong leadership in that state, and making Jamie Harrison out to be the newcomer. And to, usually in these races, Martha, people want to be the outsider, they want to be the change agent, not in the case of Lindsey Graham versus Jamie Harrison. But I just want to go back for a second
Joe
to that
says she looked
Kentucky
like she
race,
needs some
because I
steak.
think so much of that was driven in the internals on the Democratic side with the police killing Breonna Taylor. And what you get then all of a sudden was a tremendous divide among Democrats in terms of who the nominee would be, and a black candidate coming up strong against Amy McGrath. She just barely held on at the very end of the process. But I don't think that she was positioned in
anyone
terms
feeling
of the
unsettled
fact that,
yet?
Mitch McConnell brings home the bacon
It's
in
like
a
the
big
tension
way
is
for the
tangible.
state of Kentucky, and it's hard to go
Am
up
I wrong?
against that and that legacy.
Yeah,
No.
I mean,
No, you're not wrong.
Yeah, he is, and I would say this about him. I don't go back to Lyndon Johnson.
Biden has a massive
I
lead in
wasn't on the
Ohio
beat
at this
in Washington
moment.
quite back
Thank you for the
far.
update.
But I go back a ways.
You're making
as
me
does
hungry,
my
man.
colleague
Please.
Chris here. And I think Mitch McConnell is the most effective floor leader in either party that I've ever seen. In his quiet and understated way, he has been extraordinarily effective, and he has this sort of ability to know what the rules are at the right moment and to stay
And he's
around the corner.
negotiated the Trump administration pretty well.
He did, and I know for a fact that he has privately
Okay,
thought
I'm not
that
gonna wanna
Trump
listen
made
to
everything
their
harder,
talking all night
but
long.
he's worked with him effectively without
that it's not
completely yielding
valuable,
to him.
just that,
And the loyalty to
know.
him among his Republican colleagues is struck with him effectively without
Not that it's not
completely yielding to
valuable,
him.
just that,
And the loyalty to
know.
him among his Republican ordinary,
It's
and
exhausting.
And to that we
So what are we gonna do
his
as
ability to keep
pastime?
the votes together for these judicial nominations, which was job one for him.
And look
I don't
how
know.
he
Just
handled
gonna be
these judicial
monitoring the
nominations,
situation.
the justice nominations. When it came to Merrick Garland in 2016, as soon as Barack Obama named Merrick Garland, he said he is not going to get a vote. He's not going to get a hearing.
I
It's just
don't get
not gonna
upset about
happen.
either.
Conversely, when Ruth
it's
Bader
just gonna
Ginsburg
roll out,
passed away, he
No
immediately
need to get
said
upset.
he's going to get a vote. He wasn't sure whether it was going to happen before the election or not, but he was going to go full speed ahead to name this. And by doing that, he kind of forces everybody in his party. He plants the flag, and they have to rally around it. He's really, I agree, an enormously effective Senate leader.
And he will be in the Senate for 6 more years. Again, we don't know which leader
Really,
position at this
shotgun message
So polls
says
closing minutes
extremely
from now in a
unsettled
big
as
haul
people
of
are
states,
calling
including
states before
Florida
even 20%
and
of the
Pennsylvania,
votes in
two
that
states
state
that
are
could very well
counted.
decide the presidential race. Election night 2020 continues after this.
Did you know you can go to libertymutual.com to customize your car insurance so you
All
only
right,
pay for
well.
what you need?
Really? I just.
All right. That's hilarious. All right. All right.
Well, we need comic relief.
We need comic relief.
May I suggest Screaming Goats?
Well,
just kidding.
It's a touch too serious of a night for Screaming Goats.
Can tell jokes. I shall begin. Joe Biden.
Joe Biden? Is that the first joke?
Yes. That was a great comment. Or insert, whatever, but that's hilarious.
We're just chugging along here, one foot in front of the other, I suppose. Goodness gracious, you can't even see the
Yeah,
chat.
that's what I was thinking too. We won't really know until at least tomorrow, if not a couple of weeks, because it's going to get contested.
Yeah, I know it's going to get contested.
It's going to be like a soft announcement this year. To not upset anyone.
North Carolina is just now starting to report votes.
Oof.
For example, only 2.55% of votes have been counted in Vermont. It's no big deal, guys. No need to get upset about nothing we can't change.
Yeah.
You did your part. You just got to put that other foot out. As a country, that's what we've got to do. We knew that these were uncertain and unwavering and unprecedented times. We've been seeing it for the last 3 months.
Well, and
4
the
months,
hard thing
6
is,
months.
we live in an age where fact is based on is opinion. You know, which fact do you believe? Do you believe, you know, which news source, if you want to quote that as fact, do you believe? Because, for instance, you know, when let's just use Wildcat for an example. When situation...
This is the Kenosha kid.
Yeah. When information came out surrounding those shootings, it doesn't matter. Was coming at him with a knife, with a skateboard, whatever. It doesn't matter. Then they're just like, oh, I don't believe that. You know, so when fact comes out, and then you have people that don't believe it, which I understand, because sometimes I see things and I'm like, I don't believe that. Then you know, fact isn't as easy to just shut somebody down anymore. Fact becomes opinion. So I don't know.
Want some cheese with that wine?
No.
All right.
Oh.
This white Russian is delicious. Russian is delicious. But it makes me wonder, what else will I have tonight? Let's watch some weenie twirl and landing. What? What? There you go. Look at this. You see that? There's no need to fall into, you know.
Right.
The truth of the matter is, nobody knows what's going to happen or what's going down.
We all just got to use the golden rule. Like, ask yourself, am I doing what I'm doing just to annoy somebody else? Well, then maybe you're an asshole and should stop, you know?
Boy, that is good. So the trick...
Yep, amen, history.
The trick to an appropriately layered white Russian is, at the end, you must, like the Big Lebowski, stick a finger in there.
Do you like that one better than last night?
Only because I decided to stick my finger in it and stir it.
It could.
Unfortunately, if you don't mix it and get that vodka underneath that whipping cream,
oh well, I didn't think you were supposed to.
It's just vodka until you drink all the vodka on the top, you know, because
right.
it floats up
Okay.
top. You
Fair
know,
enough.
so
Fair
you
enough.
got to get it down in there.
Well, I can stir it from here on out, but
well, you're not actually. It's against the rules to stir. You're
That's what I
not supposed to
thought.
stir a white Russian.
That's why you're supposed to put the rocks in first, so it pours over the rocks, and then it kind of stirs on the rocks a little bit.
Right.
But then you go in with your finger and
the
stir it
dude
up.
sticks his finger in there.
Well,
stirs it about.
anyway.
3 hours left here in California. What's gonna happen, guys? You tell me. I think I can tell you. I think I know.
Giving it to God.
Yeah.
But anyway, I did add just a pinch of vanilla. Yeah, do you like that?
Certain counties and states are good predictors.
All right,
of
Anastasia, be
statewide
safe. We'll
results.
see you in a little bit. We'll be here. Although I wish we'd be here. What if we watch you watch a movie? Like, is that still no?
Did we just get an update? Yeah, we did. Trump just took South Carolina. So now we are looking like 16 for Joe Biden and 22 for Trump, as you can clearly see. You can listen in
With
on
your
this.
special eyes.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. History.
Apparently, the Georgia Secretary of State is saying that they did have a fight break.
I am buying your wife a drink. Will you lead us in a prayer? Please, we need God to intervene. At this time, they are cheating. I will. Yeah. Heavenly Father, we ask you to guide this election and to be with us as Americans, as an entire country and not a divided country, Father. We pray for unity, that we will come back together. We love you, we praise you, and all the praise and glory and honor be to you, Father. Amen.
In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that super chat, History.
Mary had till 8 p.m.
Needs to win tonight. He can't lose Florida in order to win. But you had a number of Biden campaign surrogates over the last week sounding the alarm about the lack of turnout among Black and Latino voters in Miami-Dade. You had James Carville begging for enthusiasm for Joe Biden in that county. And so we'll see if Joe Biden can make up the numbers in that county for the rest of the night as we continue to get those votes in. But overall, the Panhandle, of course, is Trump country, and we'll wait to see if those voters turned out as the Trump campaign is depending on and believes that they will.
Yeah, Brittany,
hey, now,
Florida.
Mary made a full pot of coffee. Goodness gracious! So I think I ought to do the same.
Had Biden up like 15 points. With the
Looks
elderly.
like tonight's
It was
the night.
widely thought that the elderly vote in that state was going to swing toward Biden. So far, 65 voters 65 and older. Trump leading by the narrowest margin, 50 to 49. Now, obviously, he'd like to be winning by more than that. But that's a lot different picture than we were getting not very many weeks ago, which way the senior vote was going in Florida. So that might be encouraging to the Trump campaign.
Think about how many stops that both campaigns made in Florida, in North Carolina, in Georgia. Those three southern states are going to be really crucial. And we're getting ready for the next poll close, and we may have some more calls in just seconds.
Come on now.
The polls are closing in 18 states. Electoral votes are up for grabs. What happens in this hour could define America.
We are going to win my home state of Florida.
We win Florida, and it's all over.
The people are choosing. The votes are in. Who will cross the threshold? Who will be the president of the United States of America?
It may come down to Pennsylvania. And I believe in you. I believe in my state.
If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing.
Trump just took Alabama. Biden has Vermont and Virginia so far. Georgia
It's 8 o'clock here
and
in
Ohio
New York City.
are leaning
Polls have
for
just
Biden.
closed in another 16 states. Let's begin with the big prize, Florida, the biggest electoral prize of this hour and a must-win state for President. The Fox News decision desk is currently poring over a lot of voting data from the Sunshine State, a lot of actual votes, plus what we know from voter analysis, but it's not ready to project a winner there.
Very tight, as expected, in Florida as we wait for the rest of that to come in. And while Joe Biden could win the presidency without Florida, he would have a much tougher time without Pennsylvania, where both candidates have focused so ferociously. And while Joe Biden could win the presidency without Florida, he would have a much tougher time without Pennsylvania, where both candidates have focused so ferociously. You know who wins the Keystone State? It could be days or weeks, perhaps, before we know. Wednesday, they're going to go through the day of vote in Pennsylvania, and then in those 7 counties, they'll start opening envelopes and beginning the mail-in vote.
I'm more optimistic. It is not, however, too early to call the winners in a dozen other contests, including the District of Columbia. In fact, let's start with our nation's capital, liberal stronghold. Biden will easily defeat President Trump, according to our Fox News voter analysis. Not surprisingly, Biden's home state of Delaware will also vote decisively for the former vice president. Biden will also coast to victory in Massachusetts, according to our for the former vice president. Biden will also coast to victory in Massachusetts, according to our Fox
Just
News
lit up like a Christmas
decision
tree.
desk.
And the reliably blue state of Rhode Island will also be added to the Biden column tonight. Ditto for Connecticut, where the former vice president will coast to victory as well. Biden will also prevail in Illinois, where the president has long railed against the violence in Chicago. He will also pick up the perennially blue state of Maryland, according to the decision desk. And finally, Joe Biden will win the state of New Jersey. So a big blue run for him in those states, none of which are surprises tonight.
President Trump also racks up some electoral votes at this hour. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Trump will easily win the state of Alabama. We're also watching a Senate race there. The president will also prevail in Mississippi, according to the Fox News voter analysis. You will not be shocked to learn that the Republican president will breeze past his Democratic challenger in the state of Tennessee.
Fox can also project that President Trump will win Missouri, which has now voted Republican in 6 consecutive presidential contests. The president
Kim's
will
got
also
some fried
beat
pickle
Joe
and ranch
Biden
dip.
in Oklahoma, according to our decision desk.
One of the 2 states where we cannot project a winner at this hour is New Hampshire, where we need to analyze more voting data before making a call in the Granite State. Finally, let's turn to Maine, one of the 2 states that does the winner-take-all.
No surprise there, folks. It's no big
use the
deal.
winner-take-all method for allocating electoral votes. They do not. Actually, they split out 1. Our decision desk can now project that Joe Biden will win 3 of Maine's 4 electoral votes. But again, there's another one that's split out. We don't have enough data yet to determine the winner of Maine's 2nd congressional district, which represents the state's 4th electoral vote.
Texas surprise.
That importance of that one vote really could loom large if the national electoral contest comes down to the wire. The other one that splits it out, Nebraska.
So Maine is also a state that has a very closely watched Senate race at this hour. Republican Senator Susan Collins is trying to fend off a challenge from Democrats, a race that could help determine overall control of the Senate. It is too early to make a projection on that race at the moment. The other big Senate race of the hour is in Alabama, where incumbent Democrat Doug Jones faces a strong challenge from Republican Tommy Tuberville. If Tuberville prevails, could be the first Senate flip.
I'm soon here to need another drink. I might have to walk on over to the bar.
Pickups in future if they were to do that.
That's a great question, Kevin. I'm going to look and see.
Can project that Republicans will keep their Senate seats in Tennessee and Oklahoma, while Democrats will keep their Senate seats in Illinois, Maryland, New Jersey, and Delaware. All of the other Senate races in the states where the polls have now closed are still too early or close to call. The same for gubernatorial races. We'll bring you any surprises in that as we get them.
So let's take a look at the electoral map right now. You've got 56 for President Trump, 91 for Joe Biden. It's almost as if, you know, you're playing the what if game, and we're easily starting to fill in some of the ones that you punch in that are givens essentially across the map, and they are going to be blank for some time this evening. If we could just pull up North Carolina and Ohio again, just to demonstrate what we were talking about earlier tonight, about how some of these states are going to look very red or very blue early on in the evening, but we're still waiting for more data, obviously, to come in these places, because the mail-in vote leaned heavily towards Biden, and the walk-in vote today is, you can see 65 to 31 in North Carolina, and we'll get Ohio up there as well. But this is where we want to be cautious.
Right. And you see less than 1% of the precincts in, and you see the numbers on the screen. And in the states that we can make a projection, that's based on our voter analysis and where our decision desk knows that state's going to go. Bill Hemmer is back with a look at where things stand tonight so far, some key states. We talked about Florida. We're talking about Pennsylvania all night long.
Yeah.
Bill?
Hey, guys, good evening again. let's let our viewers know, again, this is real-time data. You're seeing it at home the same time we're seeing it here. In Florida, you got 82% of the vote tallied now, okay?
Thank you so much.
Talk about the panhandle. It closes at 8 o'clock a moment ago, as we mentioned. So these counties that are gray will start to fill in, and indeed they are
MIA
red.
Gaming,
I would expect this, based on 2016, a lot of Trump votes to be right here in the panhandle. As it is right now, 83% of the votes in. President with a half-point lead now in the state of Florida. You've got upwards of 9 million votes cast. And just for a comparison vote, your advance vote was around 9 million too. And Florida's been counting all day, so this runs right along with what we sort of anticipate in terms of raw numbers in that state. Again, about a 0.7 lead there. Very good about this state, about midway through the day today. See whether or not that holds. I mentioned Georgia here. I'm just going to pop up these coast here. We're only about 11% of the vote in Georgia. President with a slight lead there, but often it takes time to figure out where the vote's coming in from. Remember, this is Atlanta, Fulton County. So some more votes are starting to come in from Atlanta. Joe Biden, 58,000 raw votes. President Trump with 13,000. That's going to change throughout the night here. While we got the time here, you guys mentioned North Carolina. Been a little stubborn, only because they had a bit of a delay. It's supposed to be 7:30, got laid about a little bit past 8 o'clock. So as it starts to fill in here, not a ton of data here. We can start poking around. Well, this is Robbins County. We just talked about this a moment 4 years ago, and right now too early really to get a measure. Well, the president's by what margin is something that is still outstanding. You guys mentioned Pennsylvania. Here we go. It is now closed, and this is the amount of data that we have from the Keystone State. Hey, it's early. I told you it was early, right? So indeed, it's early. While I've got you here, let's go over to Ohio. And if you guys got questions, go ahead and jump in here. But this is now 35% of the vote is in now in Ohio. And so we got a ways to go right here. But Joe Biden, remember the early night 2 hours ago, we said this thing's going to take different turns and twists. It could be diabolical in a sense because the vote could come in heavy blue and it'll shift to red or vice versa. So we'll be patient with this and see.
All right, don't look at the map. What's the 5th county down on the left? No, I'm just kidding. But show us where you're thinking.
Cuyahoga's Cleveland. So those are your 3 C's. One thing, Brett, we talked a couple minutes ago about the northeastern corridor here. This is Trumbull County now. Okay, I'm looking at raw votes here. Don't have the entire vote for the percentages for the total vote for the county.
Let the Bulls out. What's up,
Joe
bro?
Biden's got
Tiff just stepped
33,000
away,
votes. Donald
making
Trump
another
has
drink.
24,000. Do the quick math, right? 55,000 votes. From 2016, in that county, they had 90,000 votes cast, and Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton by 6 points. So you've got a ways to go right here, but based on this, Joe Biden seems to be in a pretty decent poll position at the moment. We'll see what other precincts clock in here in a moment. So I'm watching that. I'm watching Cuyahoga. Pop down here to Hamilton County. This is Cincinnati. Just a few votes in right now. There's a big congressional race there. Steve Chabot's up for re-election. It's gotten a lot of attention down here in the 1st District. Here's what I would say. This is Warren County. This is suburban Cincinnati. This is where people who grow up in Cincinnati move when they become adults and they want to have a larger piece of land and a larger home and raise their suburban flight into Warren County for the last 20 years or so. So it gives us a measure right now about how these people are thinking. Donald Trump, 50,000 raw votes. Joe Biden, 36. How does that compare to 2016? Donald Trump got almost 70% of the vote in Warren County. Right now, he seems to be doing rather well in Warren County, and we'll see him again as the vote starts to trickle in. So just punch up here. Delaware County is north of Columbus. It's early. You pop down here to Franklin County. This is one of these counties that a lot of people have their eye on for people who are leaving the Republican Party. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just for comparison's sake from 2016. All right, 63. It was 2-1 from 4 years ago. And at the moment, at this stage in the night, Joe Biden is faring better, I should say. Raw votes, just quick math in my head here, guys. I'll say 350,000 total votes in Franklin County so far.
Good to hear your confidence,
4 years
Double
ago,
O'Neill.
you're in excess. Got some votes to still come in this part of Ohio.
Bill, let's take another look at Florida, and I just want to take a look at some of the voter analysis questions on coronavirus from Florida voters. And the question is, say if you have had this experience during the coronavirus pandemic, you or someone in your household has lost a job or lost income. 56% of the people who said yes to that question are Biden voters. 41% of them are Trump voters. Have you lost a close friend or family member to the virus? Among those who said yes, 65% are Biden voters and 32% are Trump voters. These are Florida numbers. And obviously, Florida, fared well in the beginning and then got pretty hard hit by the virus. Your thoughts on that and where we might see counties that would be responding that way?
I think it's a very interesting point you make, Martha. And we can throw this map around for COVID as it affects the world and also how it affects the U.S. So I'll show you that throughout the night. You're right about Florida. It peaked in July, but then they started here in Florida. I think the example we used in a moment was the seniors in Sumter County and how they feel. So, all right, so far, the margin for Joe Biden is slightly better than what Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago. Right, slightly better, just about 2 points better. Is that enough to flip the state? Doesn't appear to be right now. At 85% of the vote tallied here, the president's increasing his lead since the time we came on the air 4 minutes ago. So if that trend continues, you could in all likelihood make a call here in Florida shortly. Again, the panhandle is going to fill in. And as I mentioned a moment ago, this is deep red country here. And I would expect it to be the same case just coming up here in a few minutes when we tally those up.
So, Bill, we are competing with you on the desk here. We have now our own board at which, we're talking about coronavirus. You look at this heat map and you look at where this is a major factor in this country, and it goes from yellow to deep red. I mean, the country is essentially red or light red across the board. Florida is in the deep red category as far as cases. So coronavirus is hanging over this entire election. And the question is, and the economy, as President Trump closed with, or Joe Biden saying that the president's not handling it effectively?
Yeah, it's a good question. This is October 5th in Florida on the heat map, right? This is what they were doing. Go back a month prior to that. September 7th, it was rather red. You look down here at the change per weekly. Let me just throw you back a couple months here and see where we were back in, let's say, come on, Mr. Machine. So this is June 15th, right? Come on, Mr. Machine. So this is June 15th, right? This is Florida. There. Change in a week, though, was up 19% in cases. All right, so now I'm going to fast forward through the months, okay? Mid-July, you're up 30 a week. That is a massive amount of a COVID explosion, you could call it. August 10th, though, you're back down to 9%. Then come into September, you're down to 4%. Come into, you see the trend here, right? You know, we talked about them peaking, and then as of today, even though the map shows red, you're at 4% of an increase of cases from month to month. What that shows is that Florida had that spike and they got it back under control. What we can't say, I don't think for the moment here, is how all that factors into this vote and whether or not it's a determinant factor as to whether who wins this state. But at 86%, we can keep talking here, guys, and we're going to see these numbers change. And since we've come on the air here, Donald Trump continues to increase his lead.
That's a lot of vote, 86% of the precincts in.
I would agree, yes. I think you're exactly right about that, Brett. If you follow this vote throughout the day, Democrats had a clear lead in that early vote that came in before today. They were Trump won the state by 100,000 votes in 2016.
Chicago with everything,
there are some observers
no
throughout Florida today that are looking deep into these numbers, and they think he can ultimately win this state perhaps by 3 points. If that's the case, you're up 300,000 votes in Florida.
What I'm curious about is
to a different contest, perhaps up here in Georgia, to see whether or not the Southeast stays red in 20.
That's the first part of the Trump path, is the Florida part. Bill, we'll head back in just a minute.
Thanks, Bill. So as results continue coming tonight, let's bring in Tucker Carlson, host of Tucker Carlson tonight. Tucker, great to have you with us. It's 8:15 on the East Coast. What are your thoughts as you look at what we've heard so far?
Looks amber.
Kind of not what we were told to expect. Especially the president's got a very good shot of winning. But I'm interested in this because elections tell you what the parties actually look like. Not what you imagine they look like, but you find out who voted for them. So the coalitions become really clear. And in Florida, the population center, of course, Miami-Dade County, biggest county in the state. Hillary Clinton 4 years ago got 334,000 votes there. An hour ago, with 84% reporting, Donald Trump had already outstripped that by more than 100,000 votes. Now, Miami-Dade is 70% Hispanic. That's not what you would have expected 6 months. This attempt to racialize everything, to make Trump the greatest racist in world history. You would expect, whether you buy that or not, you would expect that that would depress the votes for Trump in Miami-Dade County. But the opposite happened. He's doing better there years ago. Now, I'm not exactly sure why that is. I suspect, the BLM message is a mixed blessing. It doesn't appeal to all voters in the same way, and it turns some off. And some of those are Hispanic voters, but we'll figure it out in the coming years. This is not what people predicted. This morning, the New York Times, Nate Silver had Florida at 31%. So you have to kind of wonder, how did that, these are smart people, they have access to all the data. How could they be that wrong on the day of the election? And again, I'm not quite sure I know the answer, but at some point, we, the media, need to pause and ask ourselves serious questions about how we're thinking through what's going to happen and how we present it, because our predictions affect outcomes to some extent, and they also, of course, determine our credibility. People judge us based on our predictions. And so something really went wrong in the way we predicted a number of these races. And let me just restate something really quick. But because that's where people are moving. Florida and Texas are two of the states that have the biggest inflow from other states, Americans moving from state to state. They're moving to Florida in huge numbers. And so it does tell you something about where we're going.
That graph is wrong. Look at the other numbers.
Or a Trump voter, it tells you something more hopeful than you expected.
Yeah, I think you're right. And the key is
John
that Florida,
also
Georgia,
says
North
Trump
Carolina,
is winning Virginia.
And we're starting to get more and more of that vote in. Florida, the Trump people feel
Biden
confident
is a few
about
counties
this
up
hour.
in Pennsylvania.
But Georgia, North Carolina, question marks. It's part of his path to 270. He can clearly get there. It's not as big a window
Mary
as
says
Trump
Connecticut
blue,
blue,
at the beginning of the
Michigan and Massachusetts blue.
Yeah, again, it's not what we expected. Certainly if you live in the world that I live in, you know, the media world, the political world. I mean, not many people believe the president had any chance whatsoever. I mean, none. I mean, you know, this was going to be a blue wave.
This is a live feed on the ground in Washington, D.C.
8/18. We don't know the outcome. And I think it's always been a pretty tough race for the incumbent president. But it's not what people thought it was last night. And again, you have to ask yourself, why is that? Why is the demonstrated reality so different from what purportedly smart people said it was going to be? And again, I don't know the answer to that, but we're going to have mountains of data. This is the second election in a row that people paid to get it right apparently got it wrong. And I just think it's important to learn from your mistakes, and I hope that we do. I really do, and take them seriously. Like, well, how do we screw it up? We, in effect, lied to people. How did that happen?
You know, with the Hispanic vote, Tucker, when I look across the tabs on a number of states, it looks like the president, and this is obviously very early looking at this data, it looks like he's doing better with Hispanics than with African-American voters, at least in the states that we have seen coming in so far, and that could change throughout the evening. But you know what everybody, the sort of conventional wisdom on Florida is, oh, well, that's just the Cuban vote, and Cubans are Republicans. That's what we've been hearing over and over again. Do you think that holds up to be true, or do you see this Hispanic trend being broader than that across the country?
Well, I mean, I would just say two things. Again, Donald Trump in Florida, in Miami-Dade, 70% Hispanic county this year than he did 4 years ago. Florida is actually less Cuban. The Hispanic population of Florida is, I mean, just to be precise about it, since you ask, is less Cuban
Anyone else
than
on the
it
edge
was
of your
4
seat?
years ago.
You on the edge of your seat yet?
It is a very diverse community. I mean, not everyone we call Hispanic is, you know, from the same culture, has the same views, obviously. And we should always be clear about that and not pretend that all people of any group are the same, because they're definitely not. I just think it's interesting that the emphasis from the leaders of the Democratic Party for months has been on race and racism, and the conversation when you would expect, and their intent, of course, the whole point of this was to affect political outcomes. It's really remarkable, no matter what the final result is, that this president, specifically this one, denounced every day as a racist, is doing better with non-white voters. And again, I do think that the BLM message is clearly very appealing to a lot of white suburban voters. It's clearly very unappealing to a lot of non-white voters. Who expected that?
Yeah, we've got a call real quick. Stand by, Tucker. President Trump will win the state of Indiana, home state to Vice President Mike Pence. We can make that call. The Fox News decision desk projecting that the president, will win Indiana. Tucker, you know, you mentioned BLM earlier. Britt Hume talked about all the boarding up of Manhattan and Georgetown, kind of getting ready. And we're in a different place in this country.
We are in a different place, and I guess what I'm struck by is how readily and passively we've accepted it. I mean, this is a great and free country filled with courageous and decent people. Why for a second would we put up with the assumption that we need to hunker down and protect ourselves? Election day, it's very distressing, and it's not who's lived in this country for 51 years. We shouldn't have to fear violence. From violence on an election day. It's very distressing, and it's not a partisan point at all. I'm just saying that as someone who's lived in this country for 51 years. We shouldn't have to fear violence. We should be brave in the face of threats. And it is something very kind of bewildering and sad to see that. And you just hope that your children and your grandchildren won't grow up in a country where it's taken for granted that you need to hide inside or arm yourself or close the liquor stores or put plywood over your windows on election day. That is the rule in the third world. I've covered elections in disordered, violent countries, and everyone does what they're doing in Georgetown, where I partly grew up, by the way. I know the neighborhood very well. Everyone does that in a lot of other countries. You don't want that here, and I don't know exactly what the answer is. And again, I'm not making a partisan point. There are certainly partisan points to be made, but I'll skip it on election night. I want to make it a point as an American, which is that's not acceptable. You don't want to live in that country, and whatever it takes to fix that, we should do. I think it probably begins with the expectations of our leaders. Violence is never an acceptable or legitimate form of political expression, ever. And I don't care what they say on Twitter. I don't care what they suggest from the podium. That is totally wrong, and we should never put up with it, for real.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was too slow an evolution to come to that conclusion over the course of the summer. And we saw things sort of, you know, allowed in places like Portland and Seattle. And that sort of set the tone for what we then saw in all of these play catch-up, Tucker, at the DNC, when they saw some numbers coming back that do not want to get to the point where they go, oh yeah, I guess, you know, we're going to board up the windows again for whatever's coming down the pike. It's not normal, as you aptly point out.
No, and the assumption behind it is just so poisonous that people will accept violence. No, all people, no matter what they look like or no matter what they make, despise disorder, chaos, violence. It's a threat to the things they care about most, their families. It's always wrong. The law and order, not repression, but law and order, literally order. These are laws, we obey them. This is order. We stay within these lines because we've learned over thousands of years we need to if we want to preserve society. That message resonates with everybody, everyone. Every human being wants that. And I don't know why we've gone through this kind of mass psychosis where both parties kind of lost faith in that. But it's always true in every country, in every moment. And I do think the results tonight, when you disaggregate them, when you break out the numbers, you will see that a lot of voters who wouldn't have voted for Trump under any other circumstance may have voted for him tonight because they were really horrified by what they saw in our cities over the summer.
Trump, if President Trump loses tonight,
yes,
why would he lose?
He would lose partly, I believe, well, probably many reasons. And, you know, if he loses, I mean, I always tell my children this, when you lose, blame yourself first. You know, don't blame other people. Blame yourself first. I think that's morally important for all. But I would say there are a lot of reasons, and they're obvious. I do think the coronavirus, the administration's response to it, also the political uses of it, it was used as a partisan cudgel, had an effect. I think the general feeling that things are out of control, and I actually don't think that's primarily the president's fault, but we could debate it. It doesn't matter. The incumbent will always suffer if people feel like, wow, you know, what's going on? Why doesn't someone restore order? This is scary. I don't know. The future makes me anxious. That feeling will always hurt the guy who's up. Every election, and any strategist will tell you, is a very simple question. Do you want more of the same, or do you want something different? And in a time of anxiety, people instinctively say, I want to change the channel. I want something different. So it's probably a bunch of different things, but I think the theme is what I just said.
And if he wins, conversely,
and if he,
yeah, he'll
wins,
have it up.
Of course, it'll be. So, I don't like what's happening now, but these people are really scary.
Hold on.
I mean, they're really scary. Really?
Oh, thank you for making it, CJ, to the press box.
Hold on, ready? The legislative branch and the executive for 2 years.
Say hi, CJ.
And they didn't make that many changes, but they made no structural changes. They didn't change the system at all. We're looking, if there's a Democratic sweep, at Democrats in the first year changing the Electoral College, changing the voting age, changing the number of states we have, changing the Supreme Court. I mean, changing the fundamentals, changing our system itself. And I think most people, even Democrats, are conservative, small c conservative, and they fear the Supreme Court. I mean, changing the fundamentals, changing our system itself. And I think most people, even Democrats, are conservative, small c conservative, and they fear radical change. This is like a pretty good country, actually, despite its faults. Do you really want to tamper with the formula to overthrow the system that served us for 250 years? I think most people, if you calm down and maybe took Trump out of it, would say, no, I don't really want that. But that's what we could get. And I think it has scared people.
But, Tucker, ironically, Joe Biden, I think, prevailed in the primary because he represented a return to normal. People saying, I would like the establishment back, please. Thank you very much. I was okay with it.
I think that's right.
And in the reality, as you point out, that may or may not be what they end up getting, and they may or may not decide that they actually wanted to go back there. Who knows?
I think that's really smart. And a lot of this, certainly me, I missed this completely, missed what Biden was really about. But you're absolutely right. I mean, in the short term, what happened was all the energy in the Democratic Party was behind Bernie Sanders, and the donor. He really was the popular choice, I would say, in both 2016 and 2020 among Democratic primary voters, and Democratic donors put the kibosh on that. I mean, people like Mike Bloomberg, who just, by the way, spent $100 million in Florida, $5 for every person in the state of Florida. People like that said, no Bernie Sanders. So Biden was the default. And I think, and I've known Biden for 30 years, and anyone who knows him will tell you he's a warm person. Nobody hates Joe Biden personally. I certainly don't. But I don't think the Biden of 1985 is the Biden we're looking at today.
Tucker, as always, thank you.
Thank you.
Polls closing in just a few minutes.
Keep it here.
Quick break. We'll be right back.
Is that a swing state? What does it change? Has it been called early? Have they won? What happens now? As the election unfolds, get trusted facts. Free access today at WSJ.
Oh boy. Yeah. So they're watching CNN on a big screen in DC.
That's only got what? Is that 10% on the screen? We don't know yet, Johnny.
So that's the. There's CBS over on the wall over there, but
CBS is on the wall around the corner.
Yeah, but the issue is that it's kind of over by the media.
So the only good place to watch is CNN. Guys, but keeping it, just watch all of them. So you guys, maybe you guys are gonna have to do the average. Have every news station on, and then do the average of the electoral votes. So you guys can get a better number.
So you're a registered Democrat, and
So far, she's behind the stream. It is a little Nora. We're all here together, though. There's people everywhere around here. We're in the press box right now. We can come and go. We can come and go from the press box, obviously. Yeah, man. Sounds good. Come back whenever. I'm not gonna leave the park, dude. So just go ahead.
So this is
He's
in
gonna walk
DC.
around and get pictures. I said I'm not gonna leave the park, so he doesn't have to worry.
And this is in Times Square. People gather awaiting the U.S. presidential, I guess, announcement in Washington. I don't know if you guys can see very clearly. Let's see. Okay. And we're back.
North Carolina, a must-win state for the president if he's to secure another term. Democrats hope to turn this reliably red state blue, I should say, this year, although it's too early to determine whether those efforts will succeed.
We're also watching the North Carolina Senate
just
race,
lit up.
which could help determine the balance of power, whether Republicans keep control in the Senate. Republican incumbent Tom Till is facing a strong challenge from Democrat Cal Cunningham. Too early to call that race. Back to Arkansas, we can now project that Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton, who some believe will run for the Republican presidential nomination in 2024, can do so if he chooses from the comfort of his Senate seat. That's because tonight Cotton will win re-election, easily beating a Libertarian challenger, Ricky Dale Harrington. Okay, let's look at the state of Florida. That we're here in Florida. That seems to be going Donald Trump's way. Again, 29 electoral votes in. For Florida, 88% of the precincts in. And if you look at the map, it keeps on populating. But the separation here could get to 3 points. If you look at some of these counties, for example, Palm Beach County, and obviously the president calls that home, 43, and just look back at 2016, what the spread was, 57-42. So it's kind of tracking there. But some of these other counties in the I-4 corridor, you see Donald Trump running up the lead, and I think we might be getting close on. I think we might be getting close on Florida because the Trump people rightly said that they. Chris, thoughts?
Well, Hillary Clinton lost by 1.2% in Florida back in 2016. If the current trend continues, Donald Trump will have a bigger victory if for Joe Biden. And I know the Trump camp feels, well, if he does well in Florida, then maybe he'll have a bigger margin in Georgia and North Carolina.
You better believe it, Daniel.
The Atlantic coast. You know, it's fascinating. Let me also say, though, about Florida, it was almost a must-win state for Donald Trump. Almost any projection of had to win the 29 electoral votes from in Florida. Biden doesn't need that and wasn't really counting on it, but hoped to win it, and certainly he campaigned hard, and he sent Barack Obama down there on Monday. So it'll be a disappointment to him, but it isn't a killer the way it would have been had the president lost Florida. You know, I'm looking at our Fox News opinion analysis, and you know, there's some numbers in here that would seem to bode very ill for Donald Trump. When you ask people right direction or wrong direction, 62% wrong direction, 38% right direction. When you ask me what's the single most important issue, if it's the economy, overwhelmingly 79-19 for Trump, 74-25 for Biden, and more people, a lot more people, think that coronavirus is a bigger issue. So that Joe Biden was going to win in Florida, and it looks now, we're not calling it, but it looks like Biden might well lose. And I'm thinking, why? Part of it, I think Tucker put his finger on, that maybe people are frightened of Biden. And, you know, particularly with the talk about socialism, you have Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans. President in Florida hit those hard. He's going to turn it into another Castro Cuba. He's going to turn it into another Maduro Chavez Venezuela. I think that had an impact. I think just, you know, in the end, some people just feel more comfortable with Donald Trump as the leader over the next 4 years than with Joe Biden. And then I think something else we haven't talked about enough tonight.
We're rocking and rolling, everybody. No need to stress out.
The organization has
everybody
had an enormous ground game.
Try to
and just
remain
as the president has campaigned
cool, calm,
in front
and
of a lot
collected.
of people.
I'll be right back, guys. I got to step away. I'll be
knocking on doors
with you shortly.
And doing the
I'll be returning with
blocking
Tiff.
and tackling of campaigning.
I got to go check on some things in the
Biden
kitchen.
Campaign, just
I'll be right
as Joe
back,
Biden
guys.
didn't go out and meet with a lot of people and hold big rallies, the Biden campaign was doing a lot more of it virtually and on the phone, and it could conceivably be, at least in Florida, that the old-fashioned way of knocking on doors and neighbors, getting neighbors to go out and vote, may be the difference.
Yeah, just a couple other things to point out here. I'd love to get Britt to weigh in on this. Looking at these voter analysis in Florida, would you say that Joe Biden is a strong leader? 3% say yes. Would you say that Donald Trump is a strong leader? And you've got 86% of those who say yes to that, going with President Trump. Same kind of breakdown that we're seeing in honest and trustworthy. President Trump does not fare well on that, didn't fare well on it in 2016, and yet it looks like people are leaning in his direction regardless of that. They think Joe Biden is very honest and trustworthy, but strong leader seems to be more important.
It does tell you something what people now expect from political leaders, right? They don't necessarily be the big bellwether you would imagine. By the way, folks, just to hark back to 4 years ago, and we talked about this on this night.
Oh, here we go.
We've got a minor shift in the betting odds, which were well up over 65%. Now it's 59.2 to 40. So at least some people who have money on the line have begun to think that Mr. Trump has a better chance than they did for many, many, many weeks, because the betting averages didn't move at all. A couple other things, Martha. We've talked about the gender gap. Women outnumber men in this country 50.5% to 49.5%. That's been true for some years now. In this electorate, according to our voter analysis poll, or whatever we're calling it, it's 53-46 in this electorate, women over men, and Joe Biden's winning that cohort by 18 percentage points. Of course, that's it's a national number, so it doesn't necessarily tell you much about the battleground states or anything like that, but it's something to keep an eye on through the night, because women are.
We are seeing kind of.
You guys are the majority, Martha, and even more so in this election tonight.
And we are seeing, as expected, the gap in suburban women that was expected.
New Hampshire, because we haven't called that yet, and we said we're waiting on it, as Bill mentioned earlier. Well, one of the things there is you have the split, as Britt has pointed out, women voting at 51% to men at 48, a little bit closer than usual, but going for Biden 61 to 37. And New Hampshire was one of those states that from the beginning, President Trump only lost it by just a tiny amount
3,000
in
votes
2016, or 2,700 votes. So that was one that you would think that they could have picked up. And the way, if things get real tight here and you need, 4 electoral college votes to get you to 270, there is that. I also wanted to point out on Florida, I think, the fact that the president went back over and over again. He never tired of going there. He would hold rallies there, but Chris mentioned the ground game, but also think of how many new registered voters that the Republicans had over the Democrats in Florida. It's a really big deal. I also think that the handling of Governor DeSantis of COVID seems to go well with how they think that the economy went. When President Trump 2 years ago said, America will never be a socialist country, and then he went back over and again to the Cubans, to the Venezuelans. And it's not like we don't have like real-time examples of what's happening in Venezuela, because we do. The other thing is you have to remember the boat parades. And as you saw, Brett, sure. I mean, there was enthusiasm. People were trying to figure out, okay, we can't gather in large groups, but how can we show our enthusiasm? And maybe there was something to it.
Yeah, I mean, Congressman Mike Waltz, a mutual friend of ours, Republican, going for re-election and cruising to that. He was down there for a number of rallies and said the enthusiasm in Florida was real. Juan, as you look at the other numbers we're seeing, are Democrats worried about inner cities like Atlanta, like Columbus, concerned about turnout in some of those big cities in the battleground states?
Well, I think that you have to focus here, and if you focus in on Philip Haney, so far they're not concerned. They're feeling pretty good about that. But I just wanted to go back to Florida for a second and talk about that Latino vote, Brett, because, I mean, if you look at that right now, what you're seeing in Florida, according to our numbers, is it's about 17% of the electorate in Florida was Latino, and you see among Latino men, it's 59-39 for Biden. Among Latino women, who are 9%, the majority of the Latino vote, 64-33. So Biden wins, but the margin of victory is markedly less than what we saw going back to 2016. In that time, we saw Clinton winning 62% of Latino men, 68% of Latino women. What we're seeing today, again, is Biden with about 59 among the Latino men, 64 among the Latino women. So the margin has shrunk decidedly, going from about 37-40% now down to about a 23% margin in terms of the Latino vote. Again, the success that President Trump had with the Latino voters in Florida, I think, is a key element in what he's doing. We also have to talk a little bit about, at some point, how he's doing with black men, which has been a big discussion. It had been a big focus going back to the State of the Union through the conventions for the Trump campaign, hoping even recently with some of these rappers coming into the White House, embracing the president, that he could sway black men to come with him. But, again, it's really about black women who have turned out, and they've been strong for Biden in the states that we've seen so far. 92% in Virginia, 94% in Georgia, 95% in North Carolina, 90%. It's in Florida, obviously the case, more Latinos than blacks, but it's the strength of black women that it seems to me is pushing what Britt Hume is talking about with the differential. You see more non-white women pushing towards Biden.
Let's get Carl Rove in here. Carl, your thoughts on what we're seeing develop here tonight in Florida?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, of full disclosure, I think one of the big issues here is voter registration. I say full disclosure because I was involved in a nationwide voter registration program in 13 states that allow online registration. Think about this. 2016, there were a total of the Republicans were the Democrats. Today, they're about 130,000 below the Democrats. That's the smallest margin between Democratic and Republican registrations in like 30-some-odd years. And Florida was a much smaller state with a much less of a population for that long ago. And this has to be factored into it, and we may be seeing that tonight. Sumter County, for example, where the villages are, has both grown in population and grown in importance as a result. And it's full of seniors. The Villages is a senior retirement community with about 10 different or 12 different sort of installations or components of it. And today, Trump has been winning the vote in by better than 2-to-1, significantly above where he was 4 years ago. I suspect that's in part a sign of what the movement into Florida has done and what the changing nature of the Florida electorate is like.
Hey, Carl, I want to ask one thing, just interrupt you real quick. We talked about this earlier tonight, and I just want to bring it up now. In all of these states, you have absentee ballots requested, and then absentee ballots, according to the secretaries of state, that come back, that have been returned. In Florida, as of this afternoon, you had the requested at more than 6,004,000. As of this afternoon, 4,649,000 of those ballots had been returned. We're trying to get an update for tonight. Is that an issue if the separation in some fits below that number?
Yeah, well, yes, there are some people who just decide not to vote. The bigger number come from people like myself. I was planning to do a mail-in ballot, got my ballot at the house, and then decided, my wife went and voted at the early vote location in Texas, and she said, look, like a breeze, walk in, walk out. Well, I went there, I took my ballot, ran it through the shredder, went to the early voting location. If I'd shown up with it, it would have taken me maybe 10 minutes to do the whole thing. Surrender my blue ballot, sign one form, and then go. Instead, by not having it with me, I had blue ballot, sign one form, and then go. Instead, by not having it with me, I had to spend 20 minutes, and I'm a provisional ballot. They just get rid of the ballot or turn the ballot in and end up voting in person.
I don't know if an angel is landing or what's happening there, but somebody's
It's a wonderful life.
Yeah, it's a wonderful life. 4.737 cast so far, but some of these states, we should point out, extended the deadline for those ballots to come in, and there's different statewide rules, like Pennsylvania, where you don't even have to have a postmark or a signature on the envelope. Okay, we're minutes away from getting our first look at Arizona and Michigan, Wisconsin, a host of other states. But first, a quick look at where the race stands now. President Trump has a total of 73 electoral votes in his column. Joe Biden has 91 so far tonight.
Let's check in with the campaign's Peter Ducey is at the Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. But we begin with John Roberts, who is at the White House. That's where President Trump is tonight, watching as these results come in. John, what's the mood with the campaign tonight?
Martha Brett, good evening to you. Of course, the campaigns will always stick, but they are actually very optimistic here at the Trump campaign, and folks here at the White House as well, believing that the president is poised to win this. You heard Karl Rove a moment ago talking about the Villages and how it's going for President Trump. I was at a campaign event, his last one at the Villages. It was a week ago last Friday. It really was off the charts. But as importantly, President Trump really does seem to be performing much better with Hispanic voters in Florida this year than he did back in 2016. And when you talk about enthusiasm as well, he had an event in Opelika, Florida a couple of days ago, 12 campaign a short time ago. They believe that Florida is a lock for them. They're just waiting for the official call. More difficult is what's going on in Pennsylvania. They believe that they're going to do well there. I was in Scranton, the Scranton area yesterday, a lot of enthusiasm there. They might win it tonight, but then there's this concern about 3 days of counting ballots thereafter. Those ballots will be counted but segregated. Anything that comes in after 8 o'clock tonight that could be potentially the focus of a legal challenge, but that all depends on what happens tonight. If Joe Biden were to run away with it, clearly there wouldn't be a challenge, or if President Trump were to run away with it, there likely wouldn't be a legal challenge, so we'll still have to wait to see. Other than that, the campaign feeling good about Arizona, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Iowa, and Ohio. There's some thought that the president could flip Nevada, the idea being that casino workers and other service workers are concerned about more coronavirus lockdowns under a Biden presidency, and the fact that that might actually cause some of the casinos and hotels to go under. Might they come out for President Trump? And then there's Minnesota. They think they have a chance there. It hasn't gone red since 1972. Even Ronald Reagan, in his 49-state sweep in 1984, couldn't pick off Minnesota. But the Trump campaign, cautiously optimistic that they might be able to do it tonight. We'll wait and see. Basically, the president says we're looking good all over the country. Time will tell. And I know that's a cliche, but it's true tonight. Martha, Brett?
You know, John, real quick, Ohio, we've got the board pulled up here, and that vote, as we said, early vote going for Joe Biden in Ohio. There was confidence, though, in the Trump campaign about the situation on the ground in Ohio, right?
Yeah, and of course, you know, early voting tends to favor Democrats, but they believe as the numbers start to come in that things will turn around. They really do believe that Ohio is going to go into the win column for them. But this idea of if Florida is vote, because the vote's already been taken, but it certainly will be a big psychological boost for the Trump campaign.
Yeah.
All right, John, thank you.
It's worth pointing out that Florida started counting weeks ago. So they may be one of the states that in the battleground category that has perhaps the most efficient process that we're going to see tonight. So we do expect that we're going to be able to make, you know, some call on Florida tonight.
They were afraid of 2000.
Yeah,
I remember Tallahassee.
They want to make sure they've got it, all those I's dotted and T's crossed. Our thanks to John. We'll go back to where he has spent quite a bit of time over the past several months in Wilmington, Delaware, covering the Biden campaign. Peter, what are you hearing from their side tonight?
Well, right now, Martha, we're not hearing anything at the Biden HQ. It is very quiet. The 300 cars that have been queued up and swept nearby for a drive-in event tonight, have not been let in. So it is kind of a surreal scene where we do expect, say, we have heard from the Biden team. As of right now, from the last time that they ran through their numbers with us this morning, when they were confident enough to say that they thought they had a path to victory, even if they did not win in Pennsylvania. Now, the way that they see things, that still has not changed. They think that a lot of the, they're also telling us that a lot of what they think they're hearing from the Trump campaign is platitudes, and that if the Trump campaign really thinks that they have a pathway to 270, or at least as many pathways to 270, that they should show their work. As for Joe Biden, we understand that he is at home right here. He has said many times over the course of the campaign that if he becomes the president, we don't have to worry about his tweets. He is somebody that gets a lot of his information over the phone. It's been reported that during the campaign, or rather during the pandemic in the campaign, he has spent as many as 7 hours on the phone with different lawmakers and with advisors. Some of those are standing calls. Some of them are just based on things that are breaking hour by hour. And also something that was interesting just in terms of what he might be doing as all this, as his whole world may be getting ready to change. The other day we were in Warm Springs, Georgia, after an event, just staring at the motorcade, which we spend a lot of time doing when we're trying to shout a question. And we saw his granddaughter, Finnegan, get out of one car in the back and go up to the armored SUV where Biden was sitting and hand him a cell phone to show him something. And so we know that he is watching the returns with family. He usually doesn't have a lot of people around, but it is a family effort to make sure that the Democratic nominee is fully briefed on whatever is going on. Martha?
Peter, thank you very much.
More than a dozen states, including some of the most consequential of this 2020 election. First look at those results just moments from now. Keep it here.
One day, we'll look back and remember the moment that things, for one strange time in our lives, over loved ones, over money, over our planet, and over takeout. Let's remember this time when so many struggled to feel secure and build a future where everyone can. Because when the world seems like it's standing still, that's the...
If you have risk factors like heart disease, diabetes, and raised triglycerides, Vasipa can give you something to celebrate. Vasipa, when added to your statin, is clinically proven to provide 25% lower risk from heart attack and stroke. Vasipa is clearly different. First and only FDA approved. Celebrate less risk, even for those with family history. Don't take Vasipa if you are or become allergic to icosapent ethyl or any inactive ingredient in Vasipa. Serious side effects may occur, like heart rhythm problems and bleeding. Heart rhythm problems may occur in more people with persistent cardiovascular risk or who have had them in the past. Tell your doctor if you experience an irregular heartbeat or other heart rhythm problems. Possible side effects include muscle and joint pain. Celebrate less risk. Added cardio protection. Talk to your doctor about adding protection with Vasipa.
911, what's your emergency? Help us on the way.
Hey, did you?
Yep, done.
And the...
Of course.
And...
Oh, yeah.
All in one...
Hour.
Behind the world's most productive peak, the incredible X-Chair, featuring patented dynamic variable lumbar support. X-Chair's adjustable seat depth keeps users small to tall, comfortable and supported. Available in breathable mesh, HDR foam, or top grain leather. Customize comfortable positions for your neck and arms. And X-Chair's patented SiFloat Infinite Recline provides the perfect recline for users of almost any size. This is not your grandfather's office chair. X-Chair supports workers everywhere who find themselves now working from home. Call or click to get $100 off the amazing X-Chair featuring dynamic variable lumbar support. Plus, for a limited time, you can also get free same-day shipping. This deal is good for any X-Chair you choose. Create the world's most comfortable home office with X-Chair. Call or click to order today and receive a 30-day risk-free trial and $100 off.
America is under attack, and we need you to take action now. Our history, culture, constitution, and the American way of life are being assaulted. Violent anarchists are rioting and looting in cities across the country. They are demanding the defunding of our police and an end to law and order. The Second Amendment Foundation created the Second Amendment First Responders Program. This program seeks to actively engage Americans who want to protect our Second Amendment rights. Please text PROTECT 2A to 474747 and become a Second Amendment first responder. Now is the time to defend our right to keep and bear arms. Text PROTECT 2A to 474747. Again, text PROTECT 2A to 474747. Now is the time to defend our right to keep and bear arms. Text PROTECT 2A to 474747.
All right, a Fox News election alert. We want to give you the probability in these states. Remember what we talked about at the beginning of our broadcast, and the probability meter takes into account the voter analysis survey plus the raw vote total that's coming in. Our decision desk in Florida can say that Florida is 93% a probability, not a certainty, that it's going to go to Donald Trump. They haven't made the call as of yet. Flip that over to North Carolina, where we are still getting the vote coming in. 89% probability for Biden in North Carolina, and that is really worth digging into about what is happening in the state of North Carolina.
73% in. Let's go to Bill Hemmer and get a look at some of these counties and some of the breakdown in North Carolina tonight, Bill.
2020, what's up is down, right? What's down is up. I mean, how many times we've been doing these elections when the raw numbers come in and you really start to see the trend. This year, however, we caution our viewers the early vote skews blue. And then you get the in-person vote. Here's a very good example of that. North Carolina, you're about 75%, 73 at the moment, 73 counties here, largely rural in the eastern part of North Carolina. Watch this here from 4 years ago. They were all red, so I would expect a little more votes to come in here and keep that vote very close here in North Carolina. We'll see which way it breaks. I think, guys, you can poke through this map in North Carolina. You can find good news for Joe Biden. You can find good news for Donald Trump as well. So we'll continue
What did I miss?
to watch that flow in. I'm keeping a close eye
North
on Ohio.
Dakota is
just
red.
a little more than half of the vote in right
Leaning
now, and
red.
Joe Biden a
Leaning very
10-point lead.
red.
Do we really think Ohio is a 10-point lead for Joe Biden? Probably not. Campaigns virtually ignored Ohio. When was the last time that happened? In a national campaign. In fact, Joe Biden went to Cuyahoga County, which is Cleveland, just the other day. It was like a drive-by, pretty much. He came by there in the early afternoon and then went back to Pennsylvania. So Ohio at the moment still has a lot of vote to tally, and I would make the case, guys, that you can dribble around this map here in Ohio, too, and find good news for Donald Trump in the offing and find good news for Joe Biden as well. Here's one. I mentioned this earlier. This is Delaware County. These are the suburbs of a growing Columbus, Ohio, just to the north. This is where our friend John Kasich lives, by the way. You see these numbers for Joe Biden? This is what I would, Martha, you mentioned the suburban vote, how we're tracking that right now. This is where you find it here. Joe Biden by 10 points over Donald Trump. You got a lot of votes in for that county right now. You see how it was flipped 4 years ago? If you're the Trump team, you don't want to see this kind of result right now in 2020. But a few more counties to follow in here. These are largely rural, right along the Ohio River. So I would expect now this to tighten very soon as we look. Let me just pop out here, guys. Sorry, there it is. I would expect this number to tighten over the next hour or two as the in-person votes are cast and tabulated that came into Ohio today. Again, sticking there at 55%. I don't know what the probability meter says in Ohio right now, but I imagine it's pretty close.
Let's go. Do we mind popping into Georgia? And,
Sure can. Yeah.
No, we had that delay in Fulton County, and that is right around the overall vote. What are you looking at?
Here's Atlanta right here, right? Fulton County. So it stretches well into the north here, and we got a lot of votes to tabulate here between Biden and Trump and Fulton County. I pop out here to Cobb County.
Flat sixer.
Joe Biden with a lead, about 2-1 right now. Still some votes out there in Cobb County. Pop over here to DeKalb. DeKalb County is not going red, I can tell you that. It is a deep blue from DeKalb County. Pop up to Gwinnett. Numbers are starting to get higher here, 2-1 for Joe Biden. But
and then 2016?
2016, specifically in Gwinnett, it was 53-47. That was the margin from 4 years ago. Fulton County, I mean, that was a clear winner for Hillary Clinton. Pop over here to DeKalb. He's around Atlanta, Georgia. That's where the Democrats are going to pick up a lot of votes. Joe Biden.
Good stuff. We're going to dig down with you in all these counties in the big states, and we are getting ready for some big calls, 39 seconds away from the next poll closings. And this includes a number of states and a number of possible calls that also affect the balance of power potentially in the U.S. Senate. Remember, we are tracking not only the presidential race, but who controls the U.S. Senate, which is a major question at this hour.
Yep, we know Mitch McConnell this evening, but places like North Carolina, where Tom Tillis has been in a tight race against Cal Cunningham, is one we're going to be watching for, hopefully over the course of tonight or the next couple of days, as we get ready to make the next set of race calls.
Indiana might be a possibility.
And it is now 9 p.m. on the East Coast, and the polls have just closed in 14 states across the country.
Right.
Several of these are considered crucial battlegrounds for whoever will win the White House. Let's start tonight with Arizona, a state that could make or break President Trump's bid for a second term, although the president spent the last 8 months trailing Joe Biden in Arizona's pre-election polls. He did manage to close that gap in the campaigns as a Canyon state.
Nor can we make a call in Texas. Democrats have been trying to turn Texas blue for several presidential cycles. A win by Joe Biden tonight would obviously be devastating to Trump's campaign. The Trump campaign thinks they can pull that out in Texas, but it might be close.
And then there's the upper Midwest, which played such an important role in President Trump's upset victory over Hillary Clinton back in 2016. 3 states from that region are up for grabs at this hour, which Democrats are ahead in all 3 at this moment, according to the Fox News voter analysis, although it's too early to project the winners. In Wisconsin, where pre-election polls favored Joe Biden, although it should be remembered that they incorrectly showed Clinton winning 4 years ago.
Wow.
Michigan, where President Trump barely squeaked a victory than candidate Trump in 2016, and Minnesota, where Trump narrowly lost in 2016, and they invested some time in Minnesota this time around. We can, however, project that President Trump will beat Joe Biden in Kansas, based on our voter analysis tonight.
Nebraska.
And of Louisiana. In Nebraska, one of 2 states that does not use a winner-take-all method for allocating electoral votes, Trump will win 4 of the state's 5 electoral votes there. Too early to project the last electoral vote.
Remember, Maine's the other one. We still haven't called that other congressional district there either. And similarly conservative Wyoming, President Trump will rack up another easy victory there. And the story is the same in North Dakota, where the president comes out on top. And unsurprisingly, Trump also wins South Dakota.
Sodak.
In New York, the Fox News decision desk can project that Joe Biden will cruise to an easy victory over President Trump in a place that he used to call his hometown. He calls Florida home now. Biden will also win the state of Colorado, according to our decision desk there, but too early to project a winner in New Mexico, where Biden enjoyed strong support in pre-election polling.
All right, let's turn now to the Senate races, where polls have just closed. The first state, Colorado, where our decision desk can now project that Democratic Governor John Hickenlooper, the former governor there, will oust Republican Senator Cory Gardner in the first Senate flip of the night. Remember, Democrats need 4 net, or 3 and the White House to take over control.
I'm feeling a little excited.
This is 1 net in the Democrats'
feeling giddy.
column. Another closely watched Senate race is the special election in Arizona, where Republican Senator Martha McSally faces a strong challenge from Democrat Mark Kelly, a former astronaut. Kelly currently has a lead over McSally, but again, it's too early to call that race.
Similarly, Michigan Senator Gary Peters, a Democrat, is ahead of Republican John James, although it is too early in that race.
Finally, Fox projects that Republicans will keep Senate seats in Nebraska and Wyoming. Whew. Made it through that one.
Yeah, that's a long list. We got a lot of information in there. I mean, yeah, obviously some of those races President Trump has spent a lot of time on. In Michigan, polling for John James, a veteran who has run before in the state of Michigan and running again now. Gary Peters giving him a run for his money. That one, as we said, too close to call it this.
And really,
or
Michigan,
too early to call, I should say.
Yeah, Michigan, where it goes on the presidential, as you look at the race to 270, it's now 129 to 94. How Michigan and the presidential race fares there could affect that Senate race very closely. Let's just talk for a second. Cory Gardner losing to John Hickenlooper. Chris, Gardner was one of the most vulnerable senators out there. Colorado is purplish, leaning blue. Your thoughts on that?
Well, it's interesting. There are about 9 toss-up races, but there were 2 that was Alabama, Doug Jones against Tommy Tuberville. And interestingly enough, we haven't called that. Everybody thought that was likely to go to the GOP. We haven't called it yet, not to say it won't happen. And then the other one was sort of leaning Democrat, was the incumbent
Rock Bear
Republican
calls
Cory Gardner
BS
in Colorado,
on VA in Texas.
Against the former governor, two-time mayor of Denver, two-time governor of Colorado, failed presidential candidate
definitely call
in this
BS
cycle,
on
John
Texas.
Hickenlooper. So assuming that Doug Jones does lose, we're exactly where we were at the beginning of the night, which is a 53-47
But then again, you know, there
majority
has
for
been
the
a great
Republicans.
flight
They need
from
to pick up three
California to
more
Texas.
seats, flip three more Republican seats, and win the White House, so that you'd have Kamala Harris as the tiebreaker, or 4 net to take over the Senate. A couple of things. I've been in touch with the Biden campaign. They are, although we haven't called it, they're waving the white flag of defeat in Florida. They think that Florida is gone, accentuating the positive,
Virginia
making
counties
the best
that Trump
case of it.
lost
They
in
say
2016,
that they very
he
much
is 13 points
underperformed
ahead.
among Cuban Americans. They think that the president's socialism, Democrats, Biden allegation stuck. But what they're saying is there are not a lot of Cuban Americans outside of Florida, so they don't think that'll be an issue in other Hispanic communities. They say they're overperforming in Ohio in the suburbs. You heard Bill Hemmer talk about around Columbus. They say in Cincinnati they're overperforming.
Bill Hemmer.
Bill
Hemmer's at the board. Pull up Ohio. You can ask him questions.
Well, no, I just actually, can I tell you one thing, Bill?
Sure can. Yeah,
My son, Peter, has just sent me an email, and he says, does Hemmer really know all of those counties, or is he reading off a teleprompter?
Yeah, I know,
and
but...
I said, do not tug on Bill Hemmer's cape.
No, exactly.
You tell him I said hello, too, Chris, okay?
Yeah, but are you reading off a teleprompter, or do you really
No, I'm just looking at this monitor right here, which shows me you, actually. And you, listen, I think it's a perfect time to mention the race of 1876, where you and Britt covered that, right? And so now's a perfect time to let you know. Well,
Focus.
Play nice
that
here.
Brett and I covered the election of 2000 in
We did.
Tallahassee, and that's where Brett and I became friends for the first time.
That is true.
But
You're at
we've
another
got-
network.
We've got that on you guys, okay?
But all right, so let me ask you about
Yes,
the
please.
Biden campaign
Yeah.
claims that they're overperforming in the suburbs
Are they
of an area
beefing?
that matters a lot to you, Cincinnati.
corporate
is that true?
beef?
It is true at the moment, based on what I can see a little bit.
Corporate beef
I would
live.
actually buy that argument
Getting
more
friendly.
so
The best.
up here in
No, I'm just
Franklin
kidding,
County,
it's
which
not.
is Columbus. And up
Quick
here in
Chair
Delaware
says,
County, where I
"See?"
talked about a little bit before. It's a growing part of the state. Also a lot of farms, too, up in Delaware County, too. But I can buy that part of the state a little more than I can the argument in Cincinnati. What I will tell you, Chris, however, so what are we? Our pop out here, we're
This is just
59% of the vote in Ohio. And this is Montgomery County. That is Dayton, Ohio. That is one of a few counties that the president flipped.
Yeah,
From
definitely too early.
2016 to 2020. So what's happening in Dayton, Ohio?
I can't
Joe
see
Biden's got a
Facebook.
clear double, I would say, in Montgomery County. I would also say, since you're talking about the suburbs of Cincinnati, this is Butler County. It's north of Cincinnati, the home of Miami University, Oxford, Ohio, class of 1987. So this is Donald Trump right now with 64% of the vote from 4 years ago. See the raw numbers right there, about 160,000. This is where we are now. We're about 110,000, so at least 50,000 votes are still outstanding. Trump's at 53.7. Just go back again, he was at 64.8. He could get there, but again, a lot of those votes right now outstanding would have to go to him. So I can buy that argument a little bit, Chris, I think, but so much of, come on, so much of this, 41% of the vote, is yet
Florida
to be.
All right, Juan,
red.
Dana, Britt, you're in the game here with Bill. So
Bears.
Yeah.
go ahead. You can
Well,
ask.
even
I want to ask Bill a
Biden-
question. I do
even
want to point
Biden and
something out
Harris
about
have said that
Colorado and
they've-
Cory Gardner, who
have
I was
basically,
always kind of wondering.
you know,
I heard he was in trouble, and we kind of knew that Colorado
accepted that they've lost
blue
Florida.
for some time now. But listen to this number. In the state of Colorado, men versus women in the vote. Biden won the men vote 49 to 47, but listen to this number with women, 61-36. Biden over Trump. Now, it's pretty hard for an incumbent Republican running with a guy at the top of the ticket who gets crushed that badly by the majority to win re-election, and he didn't.
So who else has a question for Bill Hemmer at the board? It's Ask
My
Bill.
son Peter does, but he's not here.
Peter's not here.
Peter's not here.
He doesn't get to play.
They'll get you on the hotline. The thing is about the Cory Gardner too is that he was the most bipartisan member there. And
Was
you
that
know,
like
as
an
you look
inside
across
joke?
these states, if a
That must have
Republican
been
is
an
going to
inside
lose,
joke.
and you're looking at, you think there's going to be wholesale change. I don't really think so. Like John Hickenlooper was a governor of Colorado. And I know Colorado is more of a reliably blue state now for Democrats, but it's still fairly moderate. And so there's that. I guess, Bill, one of the things that I was wondering is, like in Colorado, how much, we're talking about the suburban vote a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we can see that on
Can't
the
really
map
see
there.
it just yet. It really hasn't filled in just yet there, Dan.
Well, that's a terrible question then.
That's okay.
Charlotte, Mecklenburg, all that
I think this is really interesting, guys. You have about 22% of the vote still. Biden's sitting in a pretty good spot at the moment. You mentioned Mecklenburg. This is Charlotte right here on the map. He's got a 2-to-1 lead right now. Fast math tells me about 500,000, about 500,000 votes there. So that's about the mark where we were last time around 2016. Just hold on to these percentages and watch where we are now. So you're at 68.4%, a little better than Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago. But in a race, in a state that was decided 4 years ago by, what was it, 3.5 points? Perhaps that makes a difference here in 2020. Just pop in here one more moment. This is Wake County, something we'll keep an eye on. Heavily Democratic. He had a lot of votes out there. Over here in Raleigh as well, you're going to get a lot of votes there. He's up at 80%. But still some votes outstanding, as we can see, from 2016. Well, Hillary Clinton met the number at 81,000 as well. So you're about 200,000 in Raleigh total votes from 4 years ago. Still have about 35,000 votes outstanding in 2020. Joe Biden's right at the mark where she was 4 years ago. Pop down here on counties that President Trump flipped. From Barack Obama from 2016.
I just want to kind of
so
hear
this
what they're
county
saying.
Everybody's a little
rural
anxious
and
right
it's
now.
white,
It's a
and the
little,
president's got 58% of the vote. Pretty good number there in that county.
I don't want to
From
miss anything
2016,
coming in.
he was at 52.5. So what's going on out there? Is the rural vote starting to come in? Is it starting to materialize? Remember, we were told and we were warned to tell our viewers, and we'll remind them yet again, that early on in the night, the numbers were going to skew blue, and then the in-person votes would come in places like North Carolina, in places like Georgia and Florida. And that seems to be a bit of the pattern we're seeing right now. But at the moment, well, come back to 2020. This is too close to call, but you can see how it's starting to go more and more narrow in the Tar Heel state.
I'd love to bring in Karl Rove and get a look at Texas and the vote that is coming in there so far, Bill. About 50% Joe Biden, 48%, 48.5% Donald Trump. It's close,
shocked.
but there's, by my read, it's about 41% of the vote, and it could be a little bit higher than that. Let us know what you're seeing there, and let's see what Karl thinks.
Rove's out of my league, by the way. Go ahead.
Surprise you, though.
Carl,
well,
what do you got?
I don't know what that means, but
this is live on the
I'm looking
ground
at the
in
numbers I've been
Washington,
playing with
D.C.
them. Right now, this lead is statewide is relatively close, about
Times Square.
105,000 votes. And you're right, about 40-some-odd% of the vote is still out. Bexar County, San Antonio is 88% in. Dallas is 81% in. Harris County is 82% in. Travis County, my home county, is 90% in. All of those are strong for Joe Biden. Tarrant County is 90% in. That's Fort Worth. And Trump leads there by 1,000 votes. So if you're a Democrat and you got 40-some-odd% of the vote out, and the big cities are largely in, 40-some-odd% of the vote out, and the big cities are largely in, that 105 is going to disappear when Abilene, when the East Texas, Piney Woods, Smith, Longview, others start coming in. If I'm looking
That's
at this,
affirmative, Pete.
I'm happy
Texas
if I'm in
went
the Trump
blue.
headquarters. I'm saying once again, it hasn't happened if I'm sitting in the Democratic.
Carl, what do you think the margin is in Texas
blue.
right now?
I still think it's
Joe's
gonna
at 50%, Donald's
but
at
percentage-wise, what would that
48.7.
compute to
Texas
over
is
time?
going
with
great.
it?
Texas, you're drunk.
84% win for Trump.
Do you believe that's tighter than you expected?
Well, no, because we got a problem in the suburbs, and the problem that you're talking about in Ohio, and some of what we've seen in other states, in North Carolina, Virginia, it's present in Texas. And look, one of the certainties of presidential politics is there are always changes. There is no continual certainty. No
historical.
West Virginia is
Yeah,
now
and we
reliably
certainly are.
Republican. Used to be reliably Democrat.
I mean, in some,
other
in
states,
some
Kentucky,
form, absolutely, yes,
and
no
Arkansas,
question.
they used to be
because,
reliably Democrat.
who
They're now
wins will go
reliably
down in
Republican.
history,
Things
but,
go both ways.
I mean, something
and
big,
Texas is changing.
Do you think that Cornyn in trouble?
No, not at all. Cornyn has been consistently running ahead of the president. Texas will be that the Republicans will keep control of the state house, even after tens of millions of dollars have been pumped into the state. There's a guy I've never heard of in Silicon Valley who spent $11 million in state house races, which means if you got 25 races that everybody was sort of looking at, $500 to $1 million in each of those from either Bloomberg and Barack Obama and Eric Holder, who had an effort involved in this, or the Silicon Valley guy and a bunch of others, the money that they poured into an attempt to grab control of the Texas House so they could control redistricting for the U.S. House of Representatives that has to be done next year in our legislature is extraordinary. And you can understand why. I mean, we're a growing dynamic state that next year will gain 2 or 3 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. And so the Democrats went all out, and it looks like we're going to keep control of the House.
See, Brett,
today.
I told you he knew it, right? Yeah. I mean, come on.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
There,
Right
and he's
there,
got
all the
his
scribbling.
He's got his scribbling. I want to go back to North Carolina really quickly, because that seems like a race where Joe Biden, for all of the time that he put in there, and they had Kamala Harris visited there, it seems as time goes on that he's expanding that lead.
North Carolina?
Yeah.
I think this is getting tighter and tighter the more we talk, guys, frankly. I mean, look where it's drawn in the time that we just came on a few moments ago. And you still have 20% of the vote outstanding. Remember, blue skews early, right? This could be razor tight right now as we examine the remaining 20% of the ballots that are still out. That's North Carolina. Just pop down here to Georgia. Reminder to our viewers, this is real-time data now. So you're seeing it when we see it here. You got a large portion of the vote that's out here in Georgia. The president's sitting in the cat seat right now for a moment.
You want another?
We'll see how much this changed. The numbers haven't moved. Martha, what did you say? There was a water main break there?
Yeah,
that paused everything tonight. If that's the obstruction here, we've got a lot of votes still to be counted down there in Georgia. I don't believe we have called Florida yet.
Nope.
But right now, you're looking at plus north of 3 percentage points in Florida. And I'll tell you, Brett and Martha, the inside numbers guys in the Republican Party in Florida, even at midday today, said Donald Trump, based on the current track of in-person voting today, that he would win the state by upwards of 4 points. That's still possible with 9% of the vote out in the Sunshine State tonight. It looks like he's going to win that today.
Thanks,
All right,
Bill.
Bill,
We'll be back to you shortly. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Democrats will retain control of the House of Representatives and expand their majority seats. That's a major boost for Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who has pledged to if he loses re-election. So some thoughts on that from our panel. Dana, there have been projections that Democrats could pick up as many as 15 seats in the most recent Cook political analysis. Your thoughts on that call?
Well, again, the suburbs, right? So Carl just mentioned it. We brought it up a few times. If you think back to 2018, when we were here doing mid-teen seats that the Democrats were able to flip from red to blue, that was a lot. That was enough to get Nancy Pelosi back into the speaker's role. Now, remember, those 18 were against impeachment of the president. They wanted her to be much more conciliatory towards the president when it came to a second stimulus bill. That never came. And yet they all held on. They were able to raise much more money than the Democrats. They have this as than the Republicans. Carl was mentioning Act Blue. They were just flooded with money. So they were able to hold on to those seats. And not only that, but then they gained another 5, as if this analysis is accurate, maybe even more. And I think that when you look at the suburban districts, that will be interesting. And one other point on that is this is 2020, so it's the beginning of a new decade. That means that we have a census, and you will have redistricting opportunities. State legislatures all across this country as well could be changing again, and will Democrats decide
50 to 48.7 in Texas,
solidify those gains? It's very hard to flip those back.
51.2 to 47.9
your
in Florida.
thoughts about this, about the House? Speaker Pelosi will retain control. She's obviously been doing this negotiation that was going nowhere with Treasury Secretary Mnuchin, and the coronavirus stimulus never came to be before the election. She holds on to control. It depends on what the rest of Washington looks like, how the House deals with it.
Well, I think the key point that strikes me is that, picking up on something Dana was just saying, you see that these suburban districts really respond well to moderate Democrats.
I'm not sure, Rock Bear.
And in Trump world, oftentimes when they talk about the House, they talk about the squad, AOC, and that becomes kind of the leading figure, the face of Democrats in the House. But in reality, going back to 2018,
it's not the popular vote that counts.
Who boosted those the Democratic prospects in the House were these moderate and grow. I don't think that the way that we talk about the House is in accord with the reality of the House in terms of the way Pelosi has managed it and in terms of the people who get elected to the House right now on the Democratic side.
Some Republicans are envious of the way she cracks the whip and keeps votes for Democrats, and she'll continue to do that. Maybe the most consequential race is still too early to call, including Florida, 29 electoral votes. As you take a look at our probability meter, 93%. We have not called it, but 93% for President Trump. Votes
93%
that could make
probability
or break
for Florida.
President Trump. Electoral votes on the way to 270.
Wow.
We're at the movies and we need to silence our phone. Who knows where that button?
All right, Tiff, what do you think? What do you think so far?
I don't know. It's weird. It's just weird.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be. It's just weird because
this is
been
not
so much
reminiscent at all of 2016. Now it's like a freaking razor. Like
no. Like I still, when I heard Donald Trump was running, I thought that it was a joke. I didn't take it seriously at first. And then I thought, okay, so he's running. I thought, well, he was in office and everything was going, like pretty good. But I don't know. It was just during the election and waiting to hear, it was still kind of like, is it really going to happen? Are we really going to make Donald Trump president? And then we sure did.
Yeah.
And boy, he sure did.
It was mostly, I think, because of the alternative. And now people swear by him.
Right.
So,
and then it's so weird to look back and think, see all the shows that called it, who's that? Kathy Griffith or whatever? Griffin? The one who posed with a picture of his decapitated head.
That's right.
She was in a show umpteen years ago where she was like this magazine person and was on the cover of this magazine she was trying to sell to Donald Trump.
That's right.
It said, that he would be the next president.
Yeah.
And it would it's just so insane. Ironic that she of all people would play that role, encouraging him to be president in this role. And then, when it happened in real life, she's, holding a picture with his decapitated head. And then, and then you've got things like Hillary saying, that we need a president like someone like Donald Trump who can't be bought. And then all the Simpsons and all the different shows that have said, but we all laughed and thought that was just preposterous.
That's how it works. If they can get you to laugh at it, they can normalize it.
Well.
Okay.
Then Kid Rock came out.
It's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah. I don't know.
County, that's of course high population, heavily Democratic county. It's a county Hillary Clinton won by 30 points 4 years ago, and something the Democrats need to run up big margins in. Storyline is tremendous turnout in some conservative areas. Collier County, where Naples is, 90.1% turnout. And the Villages, conservative bastion, senior citizens in Central Florida, 88% turnout. So it looks like President Trump is so far running up big margins in conservative areas and keeping it close in Miami-Dade, likely through strength with Cuban voters and Hispanic voters. Finally, officials here say things have gone smoothly. The polls opened on time. There have been no security incidents, and the early ballots were processed and counted and posted early. Martha, back to you.
Steve, thank you very much.
Democrats retaining majority of the House, even picking up a few seats tonight, as we just told you. We're also watching the Senate very closely, specifically North Carolina, a race that could be a decider whether Democrats take control of that chamber. Mark Meredith is on the ground at Republican Senator Thom Tillis's headquarters in Mooresville. Mark?
Brett, good evening. We're here at Tillis headquarters. They've been watching the numbers very closely, and within the last hour or so, they have seen this race tighten to less than 2 percentage points that they are trailing the former state senator, Rockport veteran Cal Cunningham. This is a race that, of course, is not important just only in North Carolina, but everyone that's going to be looking at the balance of power is going to be wondering what happens here in North Carolina. This was a state that saw record early voting turnout. We saw people that voted the second they could, over 15th, the day that early voting began in this state.
Good?
Dan says good info, Tiff. I will think about that.
And it was amazing to see that it was so calm because so many of millions of North Carolinians had already taken the chance to vote.
Michigan
I just got done speaking with one of Tillis's supporters as well as advisors, and they, again, were looking at those numbers very closely, remaining somewhat optimistic, but also not certainly popping any champagne corks here at any point. This race is also just so fascinating because it's tied to the presidential race so much.
North
Carolina, that's a swing state, 15 electoral votes, Brett and Martha, as you know very well. If the president were able to carry this could be good news to bring Tillis over the finish line. However, of course, if Joe Biden ends up catching the state, this could also be a big boost for the Democratic Senate candidate. There's also a governor's race here in this state that we're watching. The Democratic governor doing very well. This has been a big referendum on him when it came to the state's COVID restrictions, because in this state, compared to other states like South Carolina, for businesses, and while you have plenty of Republicans that are saying they want to see the state reopen, the governor taking a much more cautious approach, and it's been curious to see whether or not that was going to be what voters were focused on the most here, not just where we are in this part of North Carolina, but throughout the entire state.
This is
at
live
Tillis
on the
headquarters, it
ground
may
in
look like there's
DC.
nobody right here behind me, but there are plenty of people in this room. Everyone is wearing the masks, not just the media,
That's a
but
lot of
also
walking
Tillis.
people. Does that many people normally walk?
This is in DC, so there are many events happening in
the
DC.
police and and the city itself is all kind of gearing up for what may come.
Anastasia, thank you so much for all your help.
That's the Department of Veteran Affairs. I was just seeing the seal is pretty cool.
Hey, sorry, the internet is super glitchy tonight, man.
Too many people. We break internet.
Thank you, John. You already know I will, bud.
Well, okay.
Much love, Brown Bear.
I can turn the phones off, but I won't have access to see chat. So you're gonna have to tell me if anything interesting or funny gets said.
Of Congress.
So through the night, we'll pepper some of those interesting races, even though control will stay with the Democrats.
So let's get some analysis from Molly Hemingway, who is joining us now, senior editor at The Federalist, and Byron York, Washington Examiner correspondent. Both are Fox News contributors. Great to have both of you with us this evening. Molly, your observations on the evening so far?
Well, we know a little bit about a lot of states. It would be nice to know a lot more about a few states that are out there. But one of the things that is definitely an emerging story is about the closing of the racial gap. There's usually a pretty big racial gap in voting where minorities strongly favor Democratic candidates. And Donald Trump obviously is doing very well in Florida on the strength of not just Cuban voters, but also Venezuelan and Colombian and other minority voters. And there's starting to be an indication that this is happening in other states as well. You know, in Texas, Joe Biden is underperforming, in Ohio and Georgia, in these minority communities. It is really stunning that it is Donald Trump, someone that the media have painted as a racist racial demagogue, who is toward a more multiracial working class party. And regardless of what the eventual outcome is tonight, that's something that Republican strategists have to be thinking long and hard about, that the way that Donald Trump has been able to get more outreach and get more buy-in from minority voters has been through this conservative populism that he advocates. It's a really interesting thing that we know thus far as we wait to learn more.
You know, Byron, Republicans, Trump supporters say not only was he running against Joe Biden, but he was running against the mainstream media over 3+ years of kind of really battling back and forth. Your thoughts about this race, where it stands, and kind of that framework?
Well, you know, I spent the last week strongly believed that there was something they called the hidden Trump vote, that there were people out there who intended to vote for Trump, but who did not tell not only pollsters, and that's where the media comes in, because they associated all pollsters with the media and they did not trust them. But some of them also didn't tell their friends or their coworkers or even their family. And I talked to some pollsters who are working for the larger Trump effort, and they believed it was a 2, maybe 3 percentage points. Maybe that's what we're seeing in Florida right now. On the other hand, not sure you can right now, but clearly the level of hostility and media among Trump supporters is just off the scale.
In a number of states, the president coming in the 30% range. With your, do you agree with Molly that we're seeing, you know, sort of an attraction to President Trump from those voters that we haven't seen in the past?
Wow.
Yeah, that's a potentially huge development. Remember, after the 2012 presidential election, Mitt Romney Law Committee did this huge study. They called it the autopsy. And the only conclusion they came to was that Republicans had to do more to attract Hispanic voters. And if President Trump is in fact attracting more minority voters, black and Hispanic and other minority voters, I mean, that's a very RNC study opposed President Trump very, very strongly. But nonetheless, this is something the Republican Party has been trying to do for a long time.
And in addition,
we can
restart, but a certain degree is to be expected tonight just because everybody is using the internet.
Okay.
But I mean, you can try to restart, but I don't know that how much better it's going to make it.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that, Hyun. I just, man, I think I need to go around the house and check and see how many devices are on the internet, and I feel like I need to restart. I don't want to, but it's super. So, what do you think?
Well, let me run around. I can shut everything off, and just give me 5 and then restart.
To know that there has been too much emphasis on polling as opposed to the larger issues. Florida was supposed to be a win for Biden. Some people had it a strong win for Biden. It is not going to be, and that is interesting. And if we could have covered more about how the Democrats' left-leaning push toward, you know, some of these socialist messages, how that the Democrats' left-leaning push toward, you know, some of these socialist messages, how that didn't resonate with minority voters and other people. Important thing for us to know that if we
I appreciate you saying that, Greg.
Polling, we miss some of these stories that we could find out by talking more to the people who will be voting.
Last thing, and turning to the Senate, Byron, we've got the race in Michigan, John James versus incumbent Gary Peters. That seems like it's a very tight race, and there was a lot of prospect for John James. And as you look at it here,
we only have a few precincts reporting.
In Michigan, but how the president does in Michigan will affect this race. Going in, James was outperforming the president in some polls by a couple points.
I think you're going to see in some other states the Senate candidate outperforming the president. That one would be a very big deal. We all assumed, although it hasn't been called, that there would be a Republican pickup in Alabama, where Doug Jones would lose his seat there. In Michigan, you have a Republican challenging an incumbent Democrat. So Republicans, the way they had looked at this race is they got 53 right now. They pick up 1 with Alabama, and then they start subtracting. And Cory Gardner has already lost.
That's right, Wanji.
Michigan could be a huge, huge factor in Republicans keeping.
Take a look at the South Carolina Senate race as well. Lindsey Graham versus Jamie Harrison. This is obviously a race that's gotten a ton of attention. Millions of dollars poured into this race, and this is how it shapes up right now. Also pointing out that we're just at 29% of the count in there, 54% for Graham, 43% for Harrison.
Yes, this was a race where, again, you had some early polls showing that Jamie Harrison was really strongly contending with Lindsey Graham. A lot of savvy South Carolinian watchers said that wasn't actually true, that these Quinnipiac polls were quite wrong. And I think tonight you will see evidence of that.
Fairfax County boxes of ballots showing up and will be counted tomorrow.
Defeat Lindsey Graham, he'll probably do fine. But also, I just want to say it's a good thing to remind people that a lot of these results that we're seeing when states first close and you're starting to get results are those early votes. And it's worth remembering that the Democratic strategy was to get as many people early voting as possible. And so I think sometimes people are surprised when they see a race flipping so much from strong Democratic support initially as